Here I am. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? Ooh, that's too big. Ooh, I don't like that one either. Nope. 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 God dang it. Fuck it. Just go with that. So, what's up, everybody? We are ready. Game starts in 30 minutes. So, some surprising squads today, if anybody's been paying attention to games today. Teams winning that we weren't expected to be winning today. So let's just run through these scores real quick here. So right now we've got the Bengals destroying the Cardinals 37-7. Colts and Jaguars are tied at 17 apiece. Let's see, the Bengals Cardinals has 4 minutes left to go in the game. Jaguars Colts have 7, almost 8 minutes left. Patriots, they're playing against nobody today, 42-10. I mean, they had 35 points before the halftime. And that game has over 8 minutes left. Saints and Titans. Titans are winning 26-20. There's 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes left there. Steelers and Browns. 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Browns are beating the Steelers 10-6. Seahawks at the Panthers. Seahawks are winning 20-10 with about 5 minutes left. Man, nobody in the NFC South wants to win. Or win that division, I should say. So Dolphins and Buccaneers, they're playing in Miami. Dolphins are up 20-10 with 4.5 minutes left to go in that game. God damn. Jesus. Well, let's check in. Let's see who's here with us today. So we've got Robert Pena's in the house. We've got PNW Mark. What's going on? Let's see. Randy N's in the house. Who's going to tank without making it too obvious? Well, I'll tell you what. There's other teams right now playing that are looking like they're tanking, and it's like super obvious. So it's that. Yep, definitely the freaking toilet bowl game today. It comes down to who wants that number one pick the most. I think we're right up there with who wants it the most. I don't know if anybody saw the list of inactives today, but I had that list right here. So inactive today for the Raiders: Aiden O'Connell, Raheem Mostert, Chris Collier, Philip Dorsett, Jack Betch, defensive tackle Broderick Martin, and safety Terrell Edmonds. So I don't know who's playing running back for us today other than Genty. I mean, who's that leave us? It's what? Zamir, Lobby. Betch is out. Thornton's already... Is Thornton in today, or is he still injured, or what's his deal? Let's look at the depth chart here. Which means Thornton's going to play. So you're going to have Trey Tucker, Lockett, Bachman, and Thornton out there. Jesus. Right? Oh, no, that means we'll have Shedrick Jackson out there, too. Good Lord. Tight ends are going to be Michael Mayer, Carter, and Ian Thomas. Yeah, so running backs leaves us Genty, Lobby, and Zamir White. Oh, God. We can't lose. If we don't lose this game, I don't know. We're not trying hard enough, I guess. I have no clue at this point because not looking good, that's for sure. Let's see who else is here. Randy. I already said that one. Jason Downs is here. Got a fresh pack of Charmer and some Febreze. Yeah, Febreze for you for sure. Frank Webb is in the house. What's up, my guy? Jeff, you should go back to pre-first week with all predictions, hype for the Raiders. See how much has changed. There's a lot that's changed. None of it for the good. I mean, there were so many content creators and chat people that were saying, you know, we're going to make the playoffs. We're going to be extremely competitive, and so on and so on. It's like, those predictions were wrong. I mean, you had some guys sitting there saying, you know, after week one with how Geno played, like, oh, we're good now. Geno's going to be great this year, blah, blah, blah. Geno's been absolutely horrible. You know, so those takes aged like fucking milk. Horrible. Raider Ryan's in the house. I'm ready to go today. I have to work, but I am representing our Raiders. I even had a Team Tank t-shirt on. What's up, Jack? Jack Ken is in the house. Jason, we need a win today. Come on, Raiders. Robert Pena, just draft, baby. Dunkin' Donuts coffee today, Skip? Yes, sir. A full one. Ready to go, minus the wife's hair on it. Yep, we're ready to go. This guy runs on Dunkin'. Oh, that's super sweet, too. Holy shit. We've got Heather King in the house. What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Al's Ghost. What's up, Al's Ghost? How are we doing today? Let's see who else we got here that I might have missed. I think I got. Nope, I didn't get everybody. We've got Roy in the house. I'm worried if they give the ball to Genty too much, we win. Yeah. If we suck so bad that we can't even tank, right? No, we're just, oh, James Furpo's in the house. Oh, let's give him one of these. Raiders. Yes, sir. So, Randy, my preseason take was 6 to 8 wins. Genty at 1,100 yards. Brock at 80 receptions and 10 TDs. You got them on the You got them at the TDs. Way off on the wins. Not too far off on the yardage. If Genty averages 80, I think what I figured out, 82. I think it was around 82 or something. 82 yards in these last two games. He'll hit the 1,000 mark. So, but yeah, you're off on the receptions for Brock, but not bad. Let's see. So, as everybody knows, Friday nights are changing, starting this coming Friday, January 2nd. The Friday night shows are going to be more of an inclusive with all NFL fans. It's not strictly going to be a Raiders show on Friday nights. So the goal is for me to have at least 2 other people on the show with me that are fans of other teams. They don't necessarily, they could be any one of the 32 teams. So it's not going to be strictly Raiders. It's going to be kind of open to anybody. So, anybody that's in the chat, they can ask questions, whatever. We're talking about any team in the league. So, again, my goal was to have at least 2 people on the show with me representing 2 different teams. Like say it's Randy. Randy's in here on screen representing his Broncos. And then I have somebody else on the other side of me representing, say, Buffalo Bills. We talk their team. What do they think their playoff chances are? What were the highs and lows of their team this year? What do they see going forward for their team? It's going to be stuff like that. So it kind of gives everybody a feel for other teams in the league instead of just sticking to Raiders. I'm still going to be doing all my other Raiders shows, but the Friday night setup is going to be changing into that direction. Robert DeVille is in the house. What's up, man? Now let's go, Raiders. Please don't block for Gino. You guys just want to see him get killed today. Willie Wayne's in the house. What's up, Willie? Great show. This is the only thing the Raiders organization should be watching too. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody being here. On this journey I've been on now for about a year and a half since I started this Raider theme channel. I'm having a blast doing it. Met some great people. Met a lot of people coming here when they came here to play the Patriots. A lot of people showed up. And then even when we went to Philly, met a lot of people that I met when they came to New England, and a whole bunch of new people that I never met before too. So it's been a heck of a journey. So it's been fun. And like I said, I appreciate everybody that's in the chat now. It's going to get ready to watch this game in a little bit as soon as it starts. So I've got my Bluetooth earbud in because I got it set to the TV. So I can hear the commentators when they're talking about the team and everything. So I can, because other than that, I can't have the volume up too high or I have to mute the TV. So I can't really hear what's going on inside the game. So now, does this be the Patriots just clinched the division? Oh no, it's probably going to come down to the same thing, to the last game. And I appreciate you and Jason, who's anybody that hasn't seen it yet. Him and Donuts Duncan have a show that's on Tuesday nights. So make sure you get over to Raiders First Downs. Give him a follow. Subscribe. Give him the thumbs up on their shows. Hit that notification for him and Donuts Duncan, and make sure you check that out. They go on at 5 o'clock Pacific, which is 8 o'clock Eastern time on Tuesdays. Roy says if we win today, we would have won against the best in Patriots in Western New York. Yeah. That's why it still makes me giggle when I look at the Patriots record. Because obviously I live in New England, so I got to listen to all these obnoxious Pat fans. Oh, we're back, blah blah blah. Yeah, you're back, but you got 3 losses. Just remember, one of those losses is going to be to the worst team in the league right now. So how's that make you feel? No, we're still number one. I don't care. You still lost to us though, so whatever. Sucks to be you. You are Mr. Rochester Raider Nation. Wouldn't you like to be my neighbor? No, absolutely not. Why? If we win, Cleveland goes ahead of if they beat us. Yeah, but they're winning against Pittsburgh right now. They're up 13-6 with a minute 40 left, and Cleveland just kicked off to them because they just got a. It was 10-6. Patriots had a strength of schedule 358, easiest schedule you can have. Yeah, they did. Yeah, so hopefully next year they come crashing back to earth and suck again. What's up, y'all? Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Yeah, I didn't go we didn't go with the chapter. We kind of canceled the event today. It's nice out right now, so a lot of the snow that we got's melted, but the temperature's going to drop as soon as it gets dark. And the hour and a half drive it is for us to get there. It's already almost dark by the time we get to the Buffalo Wild Wings for the game. And then with everything melting during the day, it's just going to freeze and it's just going to be a shit show. It's supposed to drop down into like the teens and possibly even single digits tonight. So it's like we just decided, I'm just not going to drive all the way up there. Just take a chance of idiots on the road. So we stayed home today. So I figured, well, I'm staying home. I'm going live then. I'll be on during the game. But how if we can win and fall behind Cleveland when Cleveland beat us? Well, let's see. Let's look at the standings because playoff picture. We'll look at it this way. Well, they're 3-12 right now. They're going to jump up to 4-12 in about a minute and 19 seconds. If we win, we're 3-13. So we would have to win again next week against the Chiefs, and they would have to lose. Because as of right now, we'd still be ahead of them. Do you like the Packers? Can someone please reply to me? I don't have a problem with the Packers. You got our former running back, Josh Jacobs. If you're a Packers fan, brother, tune in, Bailey. Tune in on Friday night on my channel. It's called the No Huddle. It's open to any fans in the NFL. So if you're a Packers fan, come in talking your Packers, and we'll address it. We'll talk about it. So check out Friday night, January 2nd. What's up? Josh Allen is him. Tank Bowl. Yep. Packers just got hit with injuries big time last night. It seemed like every time I turned around last night during that game, they were bringing the card out to pull somebody off the field. It sucked. I already lost Micah Parsons for the season. It looks like he might have lost. There was one injury they didn't even replay it. I forget who it was. I think it was one of their corners or safety. It was like number 32. Because they even said it when they came back from commercial break. We're not even going to show you the injury because it's that gruesome. So it had to either be a broken lower leg or probably his knee just bent the wrong way. I like the Packers, but I think they have one and done. It's possible. With the injuries they got now, it's a pretty good chance that they might not be around. No, we hate the Packers. Go Broncos, A's. Good, congrats. I mean, I got to stay neutral in a way sometimes, you know. One of your Bronco fan brothers is in here, Randy N. So Super Bowl too. Come on, I want our game to start. Just want to get going here. Uh, 2 minutes left, and almost 2 minutes, just above 2 minutes left in the Jacksonville game. They're still up 20-17. Jacksonville's got the ball. How about the Colts, man? They took a nosedive, man. At one point, they were the number one seed a few weeks ago, and now they just crashed and crashed hard. Let's see. Patriots game's down to a minute. They're up 42-10. 17 seconds left in the Steelers Browns game. Oh, they're in scoring position. They're on like the 10-yard line. Colts collapse was bad. What the hell just happened? What's up, Snakey? Yep. We're watching who's going to get the number one pick in the draft. What's up, Dan Tyler? What's up? What's up, Randy? A Giants fan in the house? Welcome. Yep, Cleveland won 13-6. That game's over. Do it. Bet on the Giants. Hey, you can bet on the Giants to win. Go for it. What's up, Tyler? What's my prediction for today? Based on how many guys we've got out, offense and defense, I don't know what their inactives look like for today. And even if they do, I don't know what the impact is on them. I think we're still going to lose this game, but it's going to be close. I can't even go with my original predictions like I've been doing all season with us going 30 points. It could be as low as the Browns Pittsburgh game. Could be a 16-6 or 13-6, 10-6. As long as it doesn't end in a tie, that's all I care. This is a game we can't have a tie. We need to lose if that's the case. I love the Giants because they gave us Saquon. Oh, you're an Eagles fan. I was at that game. I went to the Eagles Raiders game a couple of weeks ago. Wife and I went down there. It was a good weekend. Cold as shit with the snow and everything. It sucked, but it still was a fun time. Yeah, it can't even use that anymore right now. At least not right now. The just win baby and the commitment to excellence. Both those mottos are so hard to say now. They're difficult. What's up, Raider News Central? What's going on, my guy? They have a ton of people out too. Yeah. I just don't know the guys. I don't know the Giants well enough to say, oh, that guy's a huge impact. This guy's not. I know Devin Neal's out. That's like the biggest name I can think of right now. Start out third string players. It's pretty much what we're left with, Robert. We got so many guys that are either inactive on the IR, just sat everybody at the right time, I guess. It is going to rate her and win. That's the downside. Is Philly's a fun city, but yeah, it's been cold. Yeah, I had a good time down there. I mean, we went down years ago with the kids when they were little. We did the whole DC thing and then stopped at Philly on the way back. This trip was a little bit different. We actually walked around downtown on this one a little bit more. I mean, we walked right through the center of the city. We went over to Mitchell and Ness, their store in Philly. That's where I got this hat from, actually. It's 40.5, and I think the Giants are actually favored in this. Like 2.5, I think I saw. Oh, it changed. It was 2.5, so it's 40.5 over under. Oh, I'd definitely be betting the under on this one today. Jesus. I mean, Christ, there could be more points scored by special teams in this than either offense. But if I had to put an offense that's going to score points today, it's going to probably be the Giants. Yeah, Giants are a 3-point favorite. What's up, Brandon? Good afternoon, brother. Didn't expect you here today. Yeah, I was just saying that we canceled the event today for the chapter, so I figured I'm staying home. I'm gonna go live for the game. Fuck it. So here I am. What's up, Martinez? Why doesn't Pete bench Gino? We're gonna need him healthy next offseason. Damn it, Jason. What's up, Huda? Let's see. Lockett, Genti. Lockett's playing, so is Genti. They're both still active. They're not in the inactive list. Yeah, snow's not the problem, but the ice, yeah, screw that. You like that? I do. I like this hat. And I like the trucker style hats too. But yeah, I like this logo on it. So I went to Philly and I came back with 2 hats. I got that one, and then I got my guy from LV Gear gave me this one too. So it's not a fitted cap, but it's one of those elastic back fit. I just been wearing this one more lately. No, I did not. First of all, I ain't running anywhere, not even to the dinner table. No, we never got over that way. There were 2 events on that Saturday. We were at Misconduct for one event. When that ended, we took a walk. I went live during the walk, walked over right by City Hall, over to Mitchell and Ness, and then we took an Uber back to the hotel, and then came back into the city for the cigar bar Saturday night. But then I had to get back to the hotel fairly early because we had to be up at like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning because I brought a bunch of stuff down to help out the Black Hole chapter in Philly. I brought my flat top grill for the chapter, brought canopies down, chafing dishes, all kinds of different things that they were going to need. So I brought our chapter stuff down with us. Even when we went down before, we never went over to the statue. When we went with the kids, we just went to the Liberty Bell. That was it. We didn't go anywhere else. We did the Liberty Bell, Independence Hall, all that crap. So I'm not going to do the 4 screen. Because normally when I'm home and watching games, I'll put it on because I use YouTube TV and I've got the Sunday ticket. I do the multi-view and watch 4 games, but this right now I'm going to put it on just our game. So we're 5 minutes away. I think today's game has a chance to be the worst in modern history. I don't know. We've already had 2 real bad games this season that considered to be the worst. So I don't know. What's up, Gunsmoke? Welcome in. Jeff, guys like us don't run unless we're being chased. Exactly. That's why when the zombie apocalypse happens, I need the zombies that are early stages of The Walking Dead, where they just slow. Can't be that that World War Z. Those fucking fast climbing fuckers. No way. I'll just be cannon fodder. Someone will just clip me in the knee and I'll fall down and you'll be able to get away. I ain't running from those things. That's why hopefully I'll have my shotgun on me and I'll be able to. Turn the volume up a little bit more so I can hear it. Stop hyping up our players. What's up, AO? What's going on? What do you think? Do you think you'll win? I mean, there's a chance we can. Do we want to? Um, I never want to sit here and say I want us to lose. I still like to see a win, but it's too much on the line. That number one pick. And people are like, well, if the Giants have the number one pick, they're not going to need a quarterback. It's not the Giants that I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the Jets because they've got so much draft capital and they can do some serious moving. I'm worried about the Jets moving up to that first pick and leapfrogging us and going for, like, if we want Mendoza, provided what we do in the offseason. What do we do for the coaching direction? What do we do? Because either way, no matter what, if Pete stays, we still need an offensive coordinator. So we don't know who's going to come in for that yet. So that's the first thing that needs to be addressed is, are we going to just hire another offensive coordinator or are we removing Pete and revamping the whole coaching staff? Then you have to look at who we're going to get for coaching. Then you have to see how these college quarterbacks do in the college playoffs, the senior bowls, the combines, their pro days. Once everything's ranked and you see all the parameters on these guys, then you got to make a decision on what we want to do in the draft. But don't forget, you still got free agency first too. And if we don't address the offensive line in free agency, at least bring in one major piece of the puzzle in free agency to help out this offensive line, it's all for nothing. That's the downside. So if we can't solidify that line a little bit better and then maybe pick up a couple offensive linemen in the draft to help give us some depth and good depth and a wide receiver. Because right now we don't have a true number one wide receiver. We've got a number one target in Brock Bowers. But that's all we have. How much can you count on these other guys? Have we seen enough from Betch yet? And he's inactive today, so we're not going to see anything from him today, which means probably not going to see him the rest of the season either. Who knows? I've already determined I'll go down in the zombie attacks, but I'm taking some of them with me, damn it. Yeah. Jason says he's got the Raiders winning 30-21. Whoa. What's up, Benjamin? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody being here today. This is nice. Not usually home on Sundays during the game. Zombies are a lot slower when they were in black and white. Yeah. It's true. Giants 21, Raiders 10. What's up, Jarada? What's going on? Yeah, I mean, we definitely can wait on the wide receiver, but that would definitely help. It's just that free agent wide receivers, the only one that's really worth anything out there that I would even think about going for would be Pickens. The rest are all, Just like you can't sit there and say, I was just bringing a free agent quarterback. Oh, hell no. Look at the free agent list for quarterbacks. It's not good. What's up, Tonus? Welcome in. Welcome in. Fuck the Raiders Broncos to Super Bowl. We'll see. What's up, 808 Hawaiian? Aloha, brother. Raiders from womb to tomb. Absolutely. What's up, Perry? Raiders will lose 16-13. You're not going to get a lot of people pissed off at that. So, here we go. Kickoff. Let's start this shit. We brought him down about the 21-yard line. Jesus, 20 TDs and 5 interceptions. It'd be nice if you had a quarterback that wouldn't throw interceptions, huh? Unlike Gino. And he's got 7 rushing TDs. That's impressive for a rookie quarterback. What's up, Oscar? About a 5-yard pickup on that throw. Zombies don't like ugly people. They are too crunchy. You're good. Wow. Wow. What's up, Mike? I hope the Raiders lap the Giants around. I don't want to hear my father-in-law boast about his shit Giants. Jesus. Tracy Jr., nice run there. That was like a freaking almost a 10-yard pickup. Yeah, but see, dude, I said a lot of Raider fans are gonna want the Giants to win, so we can solidify the number 1 pick. Another 4-yard pickup. Donkeys. What's up, Circus Raider? The battles of the bums, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. The toilet bowl is finally underway. It's a battle for the worst team in the league. Here we go. Giants are already showing that they want the number 2 pick right now. Holy shit, they got 3 offensive linemen that are out for this game. All their starters, 3 starters. God damn. What's up, Crockett? Welcome in. That's awesome. We got 64 people rocking in here right now. Appreciate this. Your team, especially the Broncos. Let's ride. Is Gravy. What's up, Gravy? No, Elmanos. False start. Third and 8. First down. Giants got the first down on that one. What's up, SoCal Sal? Back to Pat. Oh, he was scrambling. And we got a sack. And only because he fell down. Second down. That was a 14-yard loss on that one. Damn. Second and 24. He's in the shotgun. Oh, man, did he get hammered on that one? Wow, Bellinger got his bell rung on that hit. Holy crap. Ball was in his hands. He got hit and it came right out. Yeah, it was a clean hit. Nothing dirty on that one. No helmet to helmet. Didn't hit him in the face with his top of his helmet. I mean, it's a 3rd and 24 still. Elminor again. False start. It's twice now. CBS Meyer is not playing any games at all. So you can't even watch this right now, Willie? It's 3rd and 29 now. Darts in the shotgun again. Throws it out to Tracy. No, Singletary. About a 5-yard pickup. Yeah, me too, Roy. Me too. Nate Clark, what's going on? Hey, anybody that's still in here that's a fan of another team outside of the Raiders, I'm gonna put a link in here. Make sure you check my new show out on Fridays. I'm looking for fans of other teams to be in the chat and possibly come on the channel, come on the show, and talk their team. I don't want to do like just like an open pull up and have yous come in. I want to try and set it up ahead of time so everybody's in. Whoever's going to be coming in is already in the studio and ready to roll once we fire up the show Friday night. So if you got Friday nights available, Randy, and if you're still here, I'd love to have you on for that too. Come in and talk about your little ponies. I'm not doing what he does best. Yeah, I'm gonna fire up my phone in sight, see if I can get it working. Well, as long as I'm not too far ahead of everybody, I don't want to ruin shit. If we score, well. Most of you are probably watching the game anyway. Usually, I end up being ahead of everybody by a little bit. Jason, if you want to come in, you can come on in. Grave, you busy? What are you doing? I know you're watching the game. Let me see. Where are you? There you are. I don't think I hate man as the commercial breaks. Ugh, fucking Geno. Geno Smith, quarterback. 18 TDs, 15 interceptions, and 50-something sacks. He hands it off to Genty. Genty stuffed in the backfield for about a 2-yard loss. Awesome offensive line we got going there. You're saying Michael Mayer's a key player? So who's out there? We got what the hell's that at the top of the screen? Out of bounds. Yep. Oh, Thornton's playing. Okay. Third down and 12. Awesome. Was so good. So that means who's number 80? Who the fuck's number 80? Oh, it was Ian Thomas out there, the other tight end. Streamcast is back in full force. Watching the game on there, brothers. If anyone wants to watch it, I can tell you the code. Oh, there you go. Michael Mayer just caught an 11-yard pass. I'll take it. Benjamin's got the Giants. No, we got the ball right now. Raiders have the ball. It's fourth down. 4th and 1. We're punting. Christ, at this rate, this could be one of the fastest games this season, too. Well, in history. Pete Carroll's throwing a challenge flag on the spot. Yeah. Yep, Pete Carroll's challenging it. Ooh. Wife's making stuffed mushrooms. She brought me the rest of the stuffing that didn't fit in the mushrooms. I love the stuff. Oh, so good. What's up, Foxy? So sick of days and Game Pass blackouts. It's always the same. It's always the game I want to watch. That's why I go with. That's why I get the Sunday ticket. I never have to worry about it. It's expensive, I get it, but I save for it every year. So fuck it. They usually run a special after so many games in the season where they drop the price down. If you get it for the rest of the season, it's X amount of dollars. It's a lot cheaper if you do that. But I get why people. That's why they rather have people pay in advance. If you think about it, as the season starts, you don't know how good the team's going to be or how bad. You know, if the team was going to be, if I knew the team was going to be like it is, I wouldn't have spent the money. I would have just figured out another way to watch it. Pay per view deal is not working, and old PPV.2 not working either. But just Raiders game. I'm gonna look at that next. Yeah, I would, because you can either pay for the whole season up front in one lump sum, or I do it over 4 monthly payments. So those are the two options they give you. Same as when it's in the chat mode. Hit the maximize at the bottom right twice, and it will maximize. Happy Jesus is in the chat. Hi, Happy Jesus. Jason Downs, I don't know if you're still on the channel or in the chat, but come on in if you want to come in. Gravy, I sent you the link if you want to pop in. It's on Instagram. Yeah, we're punting. We lost the challenge. Nice punt. Too bad our cover guy ran past him. So 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. So anybody that's in here, whether you're a fan of the Raiders or not, anybody else get I didn't take the clickbait, but did anybody in here take the clickbait on Max Crosby being all upset because he was told he wasn't playing for the rest of the season? Some people are just taking it way, way out of context. Tracy just ran the ball, no gain at all. Stopped right at the line by Butler. A 5-yard pass. Is that Wendell Robinson again? So it's 3rd and 5 right now. Dots in the shotgun. Nope, incomplete. Bounced out of his hands. 4th down, another punt. Punters are going to get a lot of work in this game. That's for goddamn sure. Even enemies can respect each other. That's why I gave James Fripple the code, but still fuck his donkey team. Fripple's he's not a Broncos fan. Yeah, he's a Raiders fan, bro. The only regular that comes in here all the time that's not a Raiders fan is actually Randy N. He's a Broncos fan, and Trippy Soul is a Steelers fan, and Marcus Banks, who's a Titans fan. All good, Martinez. All good. Yeah, Marcus Banks is awesome. I mean, to the point where I've seen he's a moderator on my channel, and I think he's a moderator on a few other channels too. He's just such a cool dude. He cheers right along with us too for the Raiders. You know, he's always. I mean, he'll talk Raiders ball with no problem with anybody in the chat too, which is awesome. This might be a baseball score 3-2, winner up in the air. Oh, without a doubt. It's already obvious now. We've had one drive, Giants have had two, and nobody wants to move the damn ball. We spent more time going negative yards than going positive. You know? It's all good.
Yeah, chocolates to invest in trade on your own.
If that's your TV, dude, you gotta mute it or
I'm
something.
doing it right now. Relax.
I'm just telling you before the game comes back on. That's all. Don't yell at me.
You're paranoid.
Hey, I've seen other shows get shut down because of that. So
I know, but it was just a commercial. So I'm sitting here trying to. I was like, well, hey, that effort didn't send me a link to join.
I don't have to.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding with you.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
You're mean. It is the big ugly.
Quit looking in the mirror when you say that.
What's up? The J guy. What's up? Yeah, but the Chiefs aren't looking too hot right now. That's for sure this season. You guys were out of the playoffs even before Mahomes got hurt.
All right, now I'm situated. Got everything situated now.
Oh, look at this. Nice. Wow. Look, a 15-yard pickup there for Michael Mayer. I guess he is going to be the key to the game based on what they're saying.
Dude, I am way behind.
First down for us.
I am just coming out of the commercial break.
That was a nice play, too, man. He was wide open on that one. They're showing Brock Bowers on the side. Actually, Bowers had 64 catches this season. That's not bad. He missed a lot of games, too. Genty on the run, got about a yard. Who did I just see on the line? Because I see Mafi out there playing offensive line. Looks like he's the left guard. Tucker with a catch. About a 4-yard pickup on that one. Third down.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. Why is Best just scratched today?
I don't know. They didn't say. It just shows him as an inactive. I didn't see that he was nursing an injury. He wasn't on the injury report this week.
No, I didn't either. Unless, I don't know. It's coming up on a 1-year anniversary.
They're down to 3 short past
maybe.
the. Who was that? Genty. About a yard shy. Fourth down. No, we're staying on the field.
Oh, we're gonna go for it now. Pete Carroll's all of a sudden getting gutsy. Dude, Gino is just slinging it around the yard.
What's up, Harky? Yeah, 64 catches isn't bad for him this year with all the time he's missed. Genty with the first down and another 5 yards on top of that. So he's 6-yard pickup. Right off left guard. All right, we get the first down. Yeah, Max Crosby's like one of the lone bright spots on this team. For sure.
Bowers and Genty, they're something to hang your hat on.
Gino just got sacked.
You know what I need to do is I need to mount.
Oh, that wasn't a sack. They're saying he was able to get it out.
I need to put my TV over the top of my computer screen so I can look at both of them like you do.
Well, I got 3 screens in front of me now. I got my laptop, I've got my big monitor on a swing arm, and then I got the TV off to the right of that. Tucker on the end around picked up about 3 yards. Four-yard game. No, we're watching the Raiders game. And normally when I've got the TV, when I'm home, I'll usually put it in the multi-view. I'm not doing that right now because I want to be able to see the whole field. Oh my God, deep pass to Tucker down to the 15-yard line.
God damn it.
First down.
That should have been offensive pass interference.
It should have been anything to negate that play. No, we can't have positive plays today. We can all be negative yardage.
The one time I want you to throw a flag and you don't throw a flag.
Yeah, or the one time we want him to throw an interception and he can't. God damn it.
Yeah. That would be great if he went into his press conference. I tried today to throw an interception. I just couldn't.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, relaxed football for sure. Was it Gardner Minshew with you? Yeah, he was our starter last year.
Yeah, it's kind of, I have to agree, it's kind of weird watching this time of the year, and we're like, there's no, I don't care if they win or, well,
Oh,
I
Dawn's
don't care if they
watching.
win or
She
lose.
says hi. Dawn says hi to you, Jason.
I done.
Intercepted. Carrick just ran it back to their 43 yard line. Just when we think Dino can't fail us, he successfully comes through for us.
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ. God, he sucks.
Wonder how many people are standing up cheering that interception.
Oh, my God. He threw that so far ahead of Michael Mayer. Carrick just stepped right in front of it. That was a horrible throw. It was only their 7th interception all season for the Giants. Yeah, right, Brandon? Where's that been all season, right? The only other time Tucker had a good game was in garbage time against, I forget who it was. Doing not a game without an interception,
dude.
Right?
He didn't even have to move. The route came right to it. He just like caught the ball.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to move.
Nope. It's like he saw him and was like, "Oh, I know that guy. I'm gonna throw it to him." Tyler, hey, nice, just tank. Oh, fucking Gino never lets us down.
I think the biggest thing, it's not so much the tank. It's just, why win now when we've had weeks through 2 through 15, you could at least perform to try and win games. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about trying to win games between.
Yeah, Dino stays true to the course. Yes, he understood the assignment. Yeah, thank you, Gino. Keep doing that. Right? Gino, don't change a thing. Just play like that and you'll be good.
Continue to play like you used to.
Thanks for the memories.
I saw Gino wink at Pete Carroll when he walked off the sideline.
Like, is that what you wanted me to do? Right? Wink, wink.
Like, how's that, coach?
Yeah. God. He took maybe 3 steps from where he was at this before the ball was snapped. Carrick didn't even fucking move for the most part. He just stood there and just kind of went shuffled left, shuffled right. Oh, there's the ball. What's up, G Moa? A single Terry for like a 4-yard pickup on that run off the right side. Yeah, Gino is trash, man. Randy N says, is Gino going to be bought out this offseason? I don't know. Let's put it this way. If Pete Carroll's still here going into next season, then Gino's not going anywhere. I don't think that'll happen. If Pete's not here, I think Gino, You know what? I really don't. First down, maybe. Did he give it to him? Forward progress was over the line. Yep, first down, Giants. I mean, he's not a great quarterback, but he's playing horrible this year. But again, a lot of that is to do with our offensive line, and not for nothing. He's been taking a fucking beating back there with that offensive line, not being able to protect him. I mean, he's taking a lot of hits that he normally wouldn't have to take. Pass to Singletary off the right side, another 4-yard pickup for Singletary. I mean, do we keep him with the intent that if we do pick up a rookie quarterback, he groom? I don't know, man.
He's not going to groom a quarterback. Get out.
No, and
he will undermine a rookie quarterback.
Because his tendencies are not good.
Well, and his attitude too.
Well, yeah, Jesus Christ! They go Singletary down to like the 1 foot line. No, 1 yard line. God damn. 29-yard pickup on that run. I was wondering, we wanted Gino out, but if he stays in 50-50 and backups 50-50, what should we do? I know we got so many questions, so many holes. I agree, Willie. That's the downside. I'm really fearing that he's not going anywhere. If Mendoza or Moore make it to the championship of college and one of them wins it, you have to draft one of them for sure.
Well, they're going to be one. They're going to be 1 and 2 on the boards. On most boards, they're going to be 1 and 2.
Touchdown Giants.
But I don't think you judge those two based off what they do in the championship game. You want to look at the total body of what they're going to do in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Minus Oregon's first game because of who they played. Dante Moore looked good, but he should. He was basically playing against a junior college team.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the contract status is, but I thought we could get out without too big of a hit. No, I think it's like we talked about this the other day. Didn't we? It was like an 18 million
it's
hit.
18 and a half. It's an $18.5 million hit.
Yeah.
But if we release them post June 1st, it's 8.5.
What's up, Mike Tinley? One of my fire brothers there. Because I don't think we get to see what we got in Gino. Because, yeah, definitely. I agree with that 100%. That's pretty much what I was stating earlier. He took a lot of hits, that unnecessary hits, because the line was so bad. QB Malik to teach rookie QB. Gino's got to go just like so many others. All these guys have a stench, and we have to get rid of them. Coaches included. That's where a lot of kids coming out of college make a name for themselves. What the hell? That running back for the Redskins, Korsky Merritt. Watching him play in that game, and I think it was the East-West game he was in. I forget. He had a hell of a game, and his name kept popping up during the draft. And I actually had him on my fantasy league at one point this season. But he had a heck of a year for the Redskins. A late draft pick like that, fuck yeah.
All right, we're down 7-0. Going in the second quarter.
Well, what's his name? RJ Harvey from the Broncos. What round was he taken in?
I think he was a second-round pick.
No, was he?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was later than that. Already been on for an hour already. Damn.
He was the second round 60th overall pick.
Why I think he was a later pick than that.
Now it was right about that time when the running back there was going to be a run on him, Henderson, Jenkins. There was like 4 or 5 running backs right in that area that teams were going to start popping on.
Because after Genty, the first running back was Omarion Hampton to the Chargers.
Right. I would like to see us if Hardy from Missouri's there in the 4th round to get him to complement Genty. Actually, yeah, we'll say
Oh,
compliment.
you want to
Genty.
bring another running back in?
Why not? Yeah, RB2 ain't gonna hurt. We're gonna have 11 picks.
True.
We're gonna have 11 picks.
Mock
and I only perceive one rookie lineman being an influence. It's kind of hard to throw 2 rookie offensive linemen out there at the same time and expect success.
That's a nice little return for Lobby, a 28-yard kickoff return.
And then in the 6th round, I want him to draft Jacob DeJesus. From Cal, wide receiver from Cal.
Come on. Dawn, are you watching the game on your phone? Because it's telling me there's too many people watching, which means my mother's probably watching at her place. And my kid's home. He's watching it there.
Well,
the first time I've had the TV shut down on me.
I just turned on your YouTube account on my phone.
Okay. Gyrator says, I want a QB, but I want a head coach who is an offensive mind. You can't hire a defensive-minded coach and see what happens with AP. Pete, it's either Joe Brady or Kubiak, even Brian Daboll. And I'm not opposed to that either.
I got a question for Gyrator. Do you think Kubiak might be a wild card because of his dad? Because his dad had extreme hatred for the Al Davis and the organization. I'm just saying, it could be that one of those Manning situations where I'm not going to let you go coach for the Raiders, that awful franchise.
Did the father coach or he's just a quarterback?
Who?
I don't.
Kubiak was offensive coordinator when they won the Super Bowl. He was Elway's backup, and then he became an offensive coordinator.
All right. I don't remember if he was a coach or not. I remember him playing.
Yeah, he was Elway's backup for a long time. Him and John Elway were tight. And then he became, but he was also a Mike Shanahan guy.
Fuck that guy. Gyrator said, yeah, I think he won't come here like Kyle Shanahan, father as well.
Yeah. Even though Mark Davis rewrote that relationship, and he actually interviewed Mike Shanahan.
Genty off the left side. That was a nice catch, actually.
I'm liking they finally found number 87 out on the field.
Yeah, right. Well, they got no choice. Who else are they going to throw to?
Nah. All right. Well, looks like my fire stick's going to act up.
Speak of 87, there he is again. A 4-yard pickup on that pass. There's like a pinball out there on that one. Ooh. Look at that, baby. Wife made mushroom caps.
Are those seafood stuff?
Yeah.
Those
It's
are
the
good.
best. Real seafood stuff, and not the crap you get on the West Coast. Genty, first down run. What's up, Bueno? How we doing? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, flag.
Just keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys. And then once we get to about the 15-yard line, throw a pick. What's up, Bueno?
Genty, tackle for a 1-yard loss.
What's up, SoCal?
Jareda. Crazy part is if we do keep Pete, Joe Brady ends up with the Titans. Dayball goes back to Bills as OC. We won't have an OC to be here, so Pete needs to go. Lockett got like a 4-yard reception on that one. Third down. 10 minutes, 50 seconds left in this first half. Third and 6. We're at the 22-yard line. Mangino throw up, sack. 1-yard loss. That pocket collapsed around him so goddamn fast. He's the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. If that doesn't scream, hey, my offensive line sucks, I don't know what it does. No, here goes Carlson.
Dude, you got 80 people watching your show right now.
Yes, sir. Makes
Good
me
thing I
happy.
joined.
What's up, Anthony? What's up, Neilot? Both teams looking to lose. They playing like it. Yeah, they are. Well, we got a field goal, so it's 7-3. Giants. Allen. I thought Gino was a top 5 QB coming into this season. What happened? And everybody thought we had the next coming of the greatest quarterback to ever play the game after week 1. Some people did. So, well, we got duped. We got the complete opposite of that.
That was false advertisement week 1.
Oh, hell yeah. And even the other game he had that was decent.
Which one was that? The Jacksonville game?
Oh, I don't remember. They've all blended in together. Every
See,
game this season has been so bad.
We played the Bears tough, Jacksonville, and the Texans. And then we accidentally beat the Titans, which I think if we played the Titans today, they'd kick our ass.
Yeah, playing a little tougher.
I really think Cam Ward's going to be a good quarterback. He's got this year's going to really help him. But anyways, I'm glad I came in here to join you. Happy holidays. I hope you had a good
Same to you.
Christmas.
Thank you. I appreciate you being in here.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
So we'll just run through the scores from the earlier game. So the Bengals ended up beating the Cardinals 37-14. Joe Burrow had a good game, 300 yards, 2 TDs. Jaguars beat the Colts 23-17. Patriots dismantled the Jets 42-10. Fucking Drake made 5 touchdowns in that game. God damn.
Think he'll be the MVP?
Huh?
You think he'll be the league MVP?
Possible. Saints beat the Titans 34-26. Tyler Shook had 333 yards passing and 2 TDs, though. And the Cleveland Browns beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 13-6.
Yeah. Shador's legendary right now.
186 yards in a TD for him. Aaron Rodgers had 168 yards and no TDs.
He looked like crap.
Mm-hmm. Seahawks beat the Panthers 27-10. Fucking Bryce Young, 54 yards passing.
He's had a really good year, too.
I think this is one of the scores right here that surprised me the most today. Dolphins beat the Bucs 20-17. Baker Mayfield, 346 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Damn.
Boy, the Steelers and Ravens will play next week for the division title.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of them are going to be eligible for a wild card. They had to win a division.
So right now there's 3 games going on. There's our game with the Giants and the Raiders. Giants up 7-3. Jackson Dart has 44 yards passing right now. Geno Smith 85. Singletary rushing has 3 attempts, 34 yards and a TD. Genti is 7 for 15. Eagles and Bills are still 0-0 right now. They're playing in Buffalo. Actually, those are the only 2 games. Those are the only games going on right now.
Yeah, there's only 2 games on right now.
Yep. Well, that's because there were so many games on during the week between Christmas and yesterday. So tonight's game is the Bears at the 49ers at 8:20 p.m. on NBC. And the Monday night game, which actually will be the last Monday night game of the season, is the Rams and the Falcons in Atlanta. Monday night, 8:15 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Because next week, everybody is listed as TBA. So they haven't set the times yet.
The Ravens-Steelers game will be the Sunday night game. It's either the Ravens-Steelers or is it Niners and the Seahawks that play next week?
Who?
Seahawks and Niners.
Just hang on. I'll go back. You said Seahawks and Niners?
Next week, yeah.
Yep.
So they'll either flex that game or I think they're going to flex the Ravens-Steelers game because the Seahawks-Niners will already be a late afternoon game.
Well, they're going to flex it to this game Saturday and Sunday.
That's
They'll probably, if anything, there'll still be a Sunday night game and a Saturday night. There'll be 3 games on Saturday.
yeah.
So the matchups next week that are going to mean something are the Ravens and the Steelers, the Panthers and the Bucs, because whoever wins that will win the division, I believe. Let's see what else matters. Chargers and Broncos could affect seeding for the. Actually, that will affect the Broncos because they haven't solidified the number one yet. So the Broncos are going to play at home against the Chargers. The Patriots are playing at home against the Dolphins. Because those two games right there, the Broncos and the Patriots games, that's going to decide who gets the number one seed because they both have the same record right now. Touchdown dart, just ran it in. 4-yard run.
You know, it's kind of the Giants. Yeah, they've lost 9 in a row, but they were competitive in a lot of those. Some of those they had the lead going into towards the end of the game. Well, weren't they? They were up by 30 points on the Broncos at one time, weren't they?
Think so? I mean, he's got 8 rushing touchdowns this season. Yeah. Bueno, with the happy 9-month celebration as a member of my channel, I appreciate you, my guy.
Congratulations, Bueno. No, knowing this channel, that's quite an accomplishment right there.
Alan, I hope it's both. I hope they're both gone. As a Raider fan, I really hope the Giants kick up butts. Imperator Lemon, welcome in. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate you being here.
Well, now that we're down by 11
plays, but if we lose, we lose. I'm not going to be upset. Go ahead, Jason. Sorry.
Yeah, now that we're down by 11 points, Genty's not going to get the ball anymore the rest of the game.
Probably not. Ravens have a chance to take the division from Pittsburgh. Yes, they do. You guys really believe in these QBs coming out in the draft? Because I don't.
I absolutely believe in Mendoza. You don't believe in him. That's fine with me, but that kid's something special.
I never believe in any quarterback.
Until they do it in the NFL, obviously, yeah.
And until I actually see the product on the field in NFL, because college game's one thing, man. NFL's a whole different beast, man.
I take mine off of personal observation as well. You're absolutely right. College is a different. It's different in college than in the pros, but you can always see certain players in college. They're going to translate perfectly into the NFL. Like, you could just tell how they play in college. When they get to the pros, they're going to be probably just as good, if not better, in the pros.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying Mendoza is going to be better, but I still think he's going to be good enough to solidify himself as a franchise type quarterback. And it's just there's more to it than. You know, a lot of guys they start running and they start looking at stat sheets, right? And they're like, well, he only did this and he only threw for this and he only had 33 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. Okay, but look at the body of work. And I take those 3 games, specifically those 3 games. I'm not even counting the Illinois game, but the Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State games and how he performed. You know, it was just like it was just. I remember Nate said he doesn't have enough dog in him, and that's when my jaw dropped and hit the table when Nate said that. I was like, "Oh my god, you obviously didn't watch the Oregon Penn State games because that was a dog right there. He was fighting."
Bueno, to answer your question, the Steelers losing got the Ravens a spot in the playoffs. There's only one team in the AFC that has not been eliminated from the playoffs yet, and that's the Baltimore. They're 8-8, and they got to play the Steelers next week. Whoever wins that game wins that division. So if Baltimore wins, they'll have they'll have the tiebreaker over Pittsburgh. Baltimore takes the division. Pittsburgh's out. Either way, Pittsburgh finishes with an above 500 again. Still. Oh my God. Where the hell was that got tapped? Oh man, he gives the ball. Tucker got. Jesus Christ. We just lost 10 yards on that play. Trying to do another stupid end around with Tucker, and they read it right from the get-go. Gino in the shotgun pass to Tucker this time, about 7-8 yard pickup. So yeah, not the best yet. I have the number one pick if you need a QB. What's up, Israel? What's going on?
I think Mendoza and Moore are good quarterbacks. I think they'll be real good.
Who's got the Bears? Who did I say the Bears have got tonight? The 49ers? Right? Wow. What's the flag? We got a flag on the penalty. It was a good first down, too, to Tucker. Nice big deep pass. It's coming back. It's on us. Shucks.
Any other time we'd be pissed off about that, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Donis Duncan's going to start making T-shirts selling them.
Oh, it was Mafi with the penalty and holding. So Gino's battling hard for the title of King Bum. The Bum Bowl is going mildly. He's chilling. Tom Brady has a big crush on Mendoza. The way he talks about him tells me that's the pick. It's probably a lock pick or maybe smoke screen to trade. I won't mind if we get the farm. And we're going to punt again. The most active guy on our roster right now is AJ Cole. Yeah, I said keep Gino, but never mind. Fuck you, Bruno. You're going to blame me for that? Fuck you too, Jason.
Do what now? What was the last comment? I didn't see it.
He says, I agree, JD. Ever since I met Jeff, the Raiders have been beyond terrible.
I don't know.
But you're still here, though, huh, Bueno? If we can leave this draft with Jacob Rodriguez, I'm happy. Oh, what did we just have a fight in the sidelines? I missed it. Oh, shit. How is that not a penalty? There better be a flag on that because that's bullshit. That is a joke that wasn't a penalty. He pushed him all the way into the freaking to the sideline, through the coolers, and then towards the stands on the punt return. And Palomar got pissed. I don't blame him. I'd be pissed too. I believe in Mendoza more than I do Gino, that's for sure. I highly doubt Mendoza will hold the ball for 5 to 6, 7 seconds in the pocket consistently. We already know AOC doesn't hold the ball for that long. AOC's got a quick release. Pickett had a better release. Pickett also had better pocket presence, I thought, in the game that he played. And when he's coming in relief.
Pickett just can't throw an accurate ball.
Nah. Yeah, you're right too, John Rader. I remember way back when fans called Josh Allen trash, and there's one guy that was responsible for fixing him, and he's still available as a coach because he just got shit canned a few weeks ago, and that's Dayball. Because until Dayball came along, Josh Allen was the old Josh Allen. Yeah, there's Donuts, Duncan. What's up?
You've been in here a while.
Commander we trust. Yeah, I'm a little behind on the chat, so. Reporters Bears could have a lot of starters out due to the flu. Well, and that is the thing too. It's going around because that's one of the reasons a couple of the guys on New York's offensive line is out because they got an illness. We'd be pissed by that penalty if we weren't straight but this season, right? Hey, it's Hobo Raider. What's going on? We're doing it right, boys. Number one pick on the way.
Shit, if some of our players went to the gynecologist, they'd be out too.
True. Brady was in love with Shador too. Brady was in love with the Raiders ownership. Maybe keep some of that love, Brady. Yeah. Mendoza's release is 2.1 seconds.
What's up, Moval?
Yeah, but you gotta blame Gino. Don't blame me.
Nope, it's easier to blame you.
What's up, Moval? Why?
Because you're sitting right here in the lobby with me.
Damn, that ref came all the way from the other side of the field, basically.
There were some punches
pick
thrown
up on that
too.
run for Tracy.
Surprise.
Mendoza
surprise.
is him. I'm amazed it's been 17. Yeah, right? Hey, over-under was 40 and a half, I think I said it was earlier. Another first down for the Giants.
Now, halftime score is going to be 17-3.
It could be 21-3 at this rate.
Yeah, it could be.
They just got another first down. It was like a 12-yard pickup. Fake to Tracy's. Dropped. There he goes. Wendell all the way down to the 40. 35. Out at the 35-yard line. 35. So what was that you were saying? I think it's gonna be 21-3 at half.
Yeah, I think you're going to be right.
Wendell Robinson, man, he's just about 1,000 yards receiving this season, and I had him on my bench most of my season. I won one championship this year out of all the damn leagues I was in. Finished second in a couple of them. My team's as bad as the Raiders was.
That's what you get for having Gino pick your roster for you.
Whatever. The more points I see the Giants get, I feel like the Raiders are winning. Donut said, I was thinking 0-0 at half. That's what I said at the start. I said, the only thing I'm praying for is we cannot finish the game 0-0 tie. This game cannot end in a tie. Someone's got to win it. What I heard from his Mendoza teammates is he got the fastest hands release when pressure or O-line collapses. Dude can also use his legs. Yeah, but did all his teammates go to his birthday party? That's the question. Or did they Bo Callahan him? Wait a minute.
Fernando had a birthday party.
No, just it was in reference to Draft Day, the movie.
Oh
Tell me you've seen it.
no, I haven't watched that movie.
You never watched that movie?
And you ain't got to yell at me either because I don't hardly ever watch movies unless I'm told to.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch that movie. Draft Day is probably one of the best ones out there. It's a great movie.
Hmm.
Nah, I don't bet. The only type of betting I do is fantasy football. That's it. I don't bet over and unders, point spreads. I used to. Used to do it through a legit bookie in Providence when I used to work as a bouncer. That was a long time ago. Jameson Winston's a little bitch.
What do you do?
At the end of the play, Jamal Adams bumped into one of their coaches on the sideline. It was a total accident. And then Jamal Adams and the coach were face to face talking. They weren't arguing, but then Jameson Winston comes over and pushes Jamal Adams and starts getting in his face and yelling and like screaming at him. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
All right.
And he didn't have a helmet on. I was waiting for Jamal. I was waiting for them to show him, like, smack him in the face.
Yeah.
What's up, Josh? I don't want to take the to lose mindset. Let's get this win. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like I want to see us win. I don't want to be cheering for us to lose. But if it happens, it happens. What are we gonna do?
I have a feeling Jamal Adams would fuck up Jameis Winston in a fight.
Adam Butler's coming out of the game. He's hurt.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of I hurt coach going on today.
No, he's still sitting on the field. He's pointing to his left shoulder when they were coming up to him, or his left arm. They're working on his elbow.
He must have heard it the play before because that play wasn't even involved.
Yeah, but it also looked like at one point it was kind of behind him. It could have been a simple, just I mean, you know as well as anybody, and as well as me, you bend over and pick up a piece of paper, and you can blow your back out. It
right.
just that slight movement of his arm could have set something off.
Go back to the previous play. He wasn't wanting to get down in a 3-point stance. He kept shrugging that shoulder, and he didn't even get in a 3-point stance. So it kind of looks like he might have done it the play before.
Well, not a legit bookie, but you know what I mean. Like, you know, a friend of ours, friend of yours type of thing, you know. That's what I meant by legit. Yeah, another first down for the Giants. I've been watching three QBs, Moore and Mendoza and Simpson in the playoffs. See who is better QB. Didn't Simpson kind of drop off?
For Ohio State?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, he's fine. He'll be fine. He needs a little bit. He needs a little bit more time though.
What's up, John Leone? What's going on? Michael Guerra's in the house. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Nugget overdose. I think he got popped to play before, and he was going to try and play through it, and it just didn't go away.
Yeah, Nugget overdose. What's up, man? Welcome in. Yeah, that's a great. That whole scene at the draft, the day of the draft, is awesome. I went to see Pete fight along with his kids. Absolutely.
So when I watch movies, I have to watch them with my wife. My wife does not like Tom Cruise, if that has anything to do with it.
Tom Cruise isn't in that movie. It's Kevin Costner.
Which is that's the that's
You're
the one where
thinking-
he's an agent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where-
wrong movie.
Yeah.
Draft Day was actually wasn't that long ago. It was within the last 10 years.
I am not a movie buff, my friend. Trust me.
But you got to watch that one. That's a really Jennifer Garner's in it, so that's worth it too.
Yeah. Probably another reason why.
Just make sure you watch it before the draft. You got to watch it. Just make it a point.
Okay. I'll do it for you, big guy.
Thanks. Just have watched that movie, especially for the yeah. There you go. Before the real draft day, he probably had a quick stinger and try. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Noah? He said, hello, friend. Sadly, we'll both be in Cancun for the playoffs. At least you guys have some Super Bowls to lean back on, and hopefully both of our teams draft correctly. Keep doing your all thing. Well, appreciate that. What team is that on his logo? On his is that Cowboys? No. Oh, it's Michigan.
Hey, is Raider Paul in here in the chat?
No, I haven't seen him in a few days.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Just a friendly reminder, anybody that's in the chat that's a fan of any other NFL team, not just Raiders, send me a PM. If you got Instagram, I'm on Facebook. It's Jeff LaFontaine. I'm on Twitter. Same thing, 401_Raider_Jeff. I got a new show starting on Fridays, and I'm looking for fans of other NFL teams. That if you're passionate about your team, you want to come on screen with me and talk about your team specifically. That's that goal for this new show called the No Huddle. It's open to any NFL fan, so it's not strictly a Raiders show anymore. I'm going to be hosting it, but I want to try and have at least 2 people on screen with me that are fans of other NFL teams, and we'll talk your team. Is your team going to the playoffs? Did they just miss the playoffs? Is your coach on the hot seat? We'll talk about that and show your passion for your team. You know, let's have some fun with this on Friday night. It's going to be a blast. Jared said fans who say tanking is losing mentality. Well, it's not when you have 2 games and you're out of the playoffs. You ruin your chance getting a top head coach. No one ain't coming here. That's why we suck so bad. That number 1 draft pick will have a huge impact on that. That will help draw a coach in. Nugget says Mendoza is NFL ready. Oregon, Ohio State QB needs coach time. And Alabama QB will be like Bryce Young. Stellar performance today. Starting QB played entire game for 54 total yards. Yeah, he had a bad game. Bucks are the best team. Bucks will surprise in playoffs. They couldn't even win today. What are those? Those all the weird flavored ones?
Jelly Belly, baby.
Yeah, but are they weird flavored ones like the
Nah, I mean,
puke
there's
flavored? You know, the vomit.
no.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The weird flavored ones are the Harry Potter ones. And they would be Harry Potter ones.
Now they actually have at the Jelly Belly factory. They actually have a section of like dirty socks, body odor, barf. type. It's a weird section that they have at the factory.
What's up, real term? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. He goes, hot take. Raiders will trade Crosby to Baltimore for Lamar Jackson. I'm not opposed to trading away Crosby for the right bounty, but Lamar Jackson ain't it. I'm sorry.
I like Lamar Jackson, 2-time
I do
MVP,
too,
a
but
lot of talent.
he's unreliable.
But I'm at the point now. I want our own quarterback. I don't want somebody else's quarterback.
Yeah, I don't want to hand me down. The old saying, best ability is availability, and he ain't it. Not when it comes to that.
And sloppy seconds usually never works.
Nope.
Now this bucket of Jelly Belly's got some really good flavors in it, man. It's got like margarita, crushed pineapple, cream soda, cotton candy.
Fucking circus Rita. He goes, I disagree with John Leone. He goes, not cruel enough. Bring him and his son in the office, fire his son, have security escort him out. Mock makes direct eye contact while he does. Then you go and fire Pete the next day. Oh, that's fucking funny. I like that.
That's not a bad idea, though.
No. Huge matchup for who gets last spot. Tampa Bay, Carolina next week. Probably break 100 points. Both defensive trash.
See, the difference between us and the Giants in this game is a lot of people are saying that the Giants should lose to maintain that first pick. Even if they get the second pick, that is still a huge haul of draft capital that they could use.
3rd and goal. He just missed his receiver at the back of the end zone, too.
Come on, field goal.
No, get the touchdown. I want to see the 21, like I said, like I predicted. What's up, Victor? He said, I guess my clown shit Giants didn't get the tank memo. 3rd and goal. Yep, they're going to go for a field goal. They didn't get it. It's 4th down. What's up, Raider Jake? Yes, sir. Go Raiders, baby. I can imagine Brendan getting escorted out by security while his eyes are rolling back.
And also, too,
Jamal Adams got folded up backwards on that play. That didn't look good. Yeah, exactly, Buena. What's up, Arnie? Arnie Gaz is in the house. What's up, man? You know what? I'm gonna, Jason, you're here. You've got access, so I'm gonna run out for a cigarette.
all right.
There's only 2 seconds left.
I'm a play behind you anyway, so
Yeah. Because when I come back in, I want to recap the stats for the game so far, just to see how bad it is. I'll be right back.
well. Jamarcus Geno Smith is a perfect QB to tank. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of leaning that way now myself, Arnie, because he was pitching a big bitch about his fucking contract at the beginning of the year, and how long did it take him to sign his contract? Like 3 weeks, and that was just a contract extension because he was already under contract when we traded for him. We were just going to give him a little bit more money and a signing bonus. Can't wait for Pete to talk about how great we played after this game. Yeah. This is actually a shitty preseason game, if you ask me. Victor, we got Carter in the third, Thibodeau with fifth. How's that worked out now? A little earlier on Carter, but I know he's got some maturity issues. He's having some difficulty following the program rules. Is this what you expected of this game? A little bit more effort, I think. I mean, if the score was 10-6 and we had a couple decent drives or whatever and made it look halfway decent, but other than that, it's just, to be quite honest with you, this is par for the course of what we did all year. Why the Giants? Yeah, I don't understand that either. Well, but you know, I think eventually the Giants are going to turn it around. It might not be next year, but they are going to get better. They have a tendency to get lucky and hire a decent coach every now and then. Mendoza ain't all that. Next, Carson Palmer. Okay. If you're down on Mendoza, bring evidence why you're down on him. And I got a gentleman that me and another gentleman we could debate you on it. Pete always says when we look terrible, does say anything if he play competitive. Yeah. Well, whenever you go before the press, you got to make sure that whatever you say to the press, you kind of got to pretend your players in the audience watching you. So, last thing you want to do is go in there and say my guys suck in a press conference, and then go back in the locker room and say you guys played really well today. I'm proud of you. Joseph Angel, 1973. This gentleman right here, if you want to debate him, you're more than welcome. He's if you get Joe Brady with Mendoza, top duo head coach QB in 2026, or Brian Dable with Mendoza, I think Dable would be better suited as an offensive coordinator / quarterback coach. Because you start putting him where he's got to run, he's got to oversee the defense and all that as well, make executive decisions throughout the week. I think that's what his biggest downfall is. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Right here. You got to watch him play, looking at the stats. Because Mendoza's stats are going to be skewed because there's so many games in there where they were winning by so much that they quit utilizing him and went to the run game. They don't. The Indiana coach, he's not the type of guy that's going to leave a star quarterback in there just to rack up a bunch of stats. There's other games that are more important. There's no one else. Moore is staying in school. Only Mendoza. Okay. Pump the brakes on Moore for just a second. There is a good chance he could be coming out. And the telltale sign will be, one, how does he perform in the playoffs and what his overall rating is going to be in the draft. Because you got to look at it this way. If you're in college and your draft stock is a number 1 or number 2 overall pick in that draft, why would you stay for another year and take a chance of hurting your draft stock? Because he can only hurt his draft stock, not help it. So if he goes, well, I can get NIL money, stay at Oregon and get the NIL money, but if you fuck around and go from a top 5 pick one year to being in the being a third round pick the next year, because say you got injured, anything can happen. You better invest that NIL money wisely, because you ain't going to get shit after that. So just ask Drew Aller. He cost himself millions of dollars by not coming out last year. Joe Brady equals Adam Gase. Yeah. I don't think he's as big of a head case as Adam Gase. Adam Gase is kind of weirdo.
Oh, thank you. I made you make.
So, anyways, Diego Sellers might be okay drafted in the 4th round. Hey, here's a guy in the 4th round that I would take a stab at. And there's a good chance he doesn't come out because he reapplied for an additional year. But that's Trinidad Chambliss. That kid showed me something this year. You know, he won the national championship at the FCS level, and Charlie Weiss was the OC for Ole Miss, saw him, and he hit the portal, and they made it an emphasis to go get him. Now, he was supposed to be the backup to Simmons. Simmons goes down in the second game. He comes in, and he was lights out the rest of the year. So another person that if you look at his stats, you're going to go, well, he only had 19 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. Yeah, but he only played 9 games. You know, and in the 9 games that he played was against elite competition every game. LSU, Alabama, Arkansas. It was just over and over and over again. He was going through the gauntlet of the SEC as a quarterback. And the kid performed well. Jeff, if you get a chance, I'm going to watch draft day once you get done watching some of the tape on some of the guys that I mentioned to you going before the draft.
You talking to me?
You talking to me? Yeah.
I can't understand what you're saying. You talking to me?
Okay, so if I watch draft day, then you're going to have to watch some of the film that I send you on some of these guys that I've been talking about.
Why?
Because that's what you do as a fan.
That's what I have you for.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, fine. Send me some stuff. I'll watch it.
Yeah. And I really truly think if Moore performs well in the college football playoffs, his offensive coordinator has already got the head coaching job in Kentucky. Okay. So, and then you look at it from a standpoint, okay, you're going to be at least at minimum the number 2 pick, could be the number 1 pick. What is going back to college going to prove? You know, what's it going to prove? So I truly think, and also there's grumblings out there because Dylan Raiola is going into the portal that he's eyeballing. There's a mutual between him and Oregon that he might end up in Oregon.
Hi, Lisa. You're watching the World Dart Championships? That's probably more exciting than this game, that's for sure. That might be the most obscure sport I think anybody's ever said they're watching instead of the Raiders. That's awesome. I love it.
He says you got to actually listen to Jason if you're going to use his opinion on draft eligible players. So basically what Duncan's saying is he doesn't ever listen to me.
That's why I'll listen to Duncan.
It's all right.
All right, so let's look at the stats from this game because let's see, what do we got? Let's bring up this. So I'm going to go to the team stats. So let's see. We'll start with time of possession. Pretty even. 15 and a half minutes for the Giants, 14:29 for us. First downs, big difference. 13 for them, 6 for us. Third down conversion, they are 2 for 6. We're 2 for 6. We're 1 and 1 on fourth. There's 0. Total net yards, 208 for the Giants, 104 for us. Total plays, 35 Giants, 24 for us. Oh, my God. Rushing yards, 88 yards for the Giants, 6 for the Raiders. They've got 14 rushing attempts with a 6.3 average per rush. We've got 8 rushing attempts with a 0.8 average rush per yard, average rush yards. Passing, 120 for them, 98 for us. We've each been sacked once. We only got 2 penalties. They got 4. Let's see. Red zone, we're 0 for 1. They're 2 for 3. Awesome. There's been 4 punts in this game, 2 apiece. God, we're so bad. We are so bad. So Jackson Dodd is 15 for 20, 134 yards. Singletary and Tracy both rushed for 34 and 33 yards. Dart's got 21 yards rushing and a TD.
Told you we should have taken Dart with the 6th pick. He'd be our leading rusher right now.
No, he wouldn't. Genty would still be up there. Geno Smith, 12 for 15, 100 yards and an interception. Genty, 7 carries, 16 yards. Tucker, 1 carry, -10. Tucker's our leading receiver, though. 4 targets, 4 catches, 42 yards. Michael Mayer, 5 targets, 4 catches, 31 yards. Wendell Robinson for the Giants, 10 targets, 9 catches, 97 yards. He chewed us up on one of those drives, too. So, yeah, we're on a roll, folks. This is looking good.
Hey, hold on a second. Were you going over today's stats or the Chargers game? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you correctly.
Today's stats.
Because they sound just like the Chargers games, the Broncos game, the Commanders game, the Colts game.
So they just kicked off. Lobby ran it out to the 25-yard line. We get the ball first. So just top off the scores in the other games right now. So the Eagles are beating the Bills 10-0, 1:23 in the first half. And that's it. That's right. That's the only other game right now. 1 touchdown. Jalen Hurts threw it. That's just a bad game, too.
Okay, so there's only been 8 number 1 picks in NFL history that went on to win Super Bowls. Defense wins championships. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Defenses do win championships. But can you name the 8 number 1 picks that won a Super Bowl?
Giants play it down. They're surrounding them, too. It doesn't look good.
So, Joseph Angel, go ahead and throw the names of those quarterbacks that were number 1 picks at one Super Bowl.
Ani's got questions. Did you bring those up already?
Yeah. Yeah, that one's just above what. I'm sorry. Go ahead. what would you do first as a GM? Resign who, cut who, draft who, fire who? Jeff, go ahead.
What would I do first? I'm firing the entire coaching staff. Not a single soul's left, including Patrick Graham. Okay. Everybody's gone.
Okay.
So that takes care of the coaching.
Now we're on to cut who.
Gino would be 1. Kappa would be 2. I think those are the only 2 that I would out and outright cut. Because Lockett's only, most of everybody else is on a 1-year deal or been here for extended deals.
Yeah. So those are going to be not a re-sign type situation. Then.
Yeah. So Parham's a no re-sign. Forsyth's a no re-sign. Kuntz might be a no re-sign, to be honest with you, because I don't think he's shown enough for that 1-year contract we signed him to.
Well, not the money we gave him. Maybe for 4 or 5 million, I might think.
Yeah, if we re-sign him, it's going to be not a big deal. I can tell you right now, it's going to be a smaller. But with the intent that we're going to bring somebody else that's going to take his place as a starter. And if it's Snowden, it's Snowden. If it's not, then it's somebody we either draft or we get as a free agent. That's how I'm looking at that one. Draft, I'm telling you, I can't say who we're going to draft until we know what's going on with the coaching. But if we don't get rid of the coaching, I'm going to defensive player because I don't trust these guys with a rookie offensive with a quarterback. Michael Meyer, first down off the right side.
So to answer Joseph Angel's question, he said only 8 quarterbacks. 8 number 1 picks have ever won the Super Bowl. Terry Bradshaw, Troy Aikman, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, John Elway, Jim Plunkett, and Matthew Stafford. And all those have in common, they had really great defenses to support their effort and what they did in the Super Bowl. I get it. But 8, so you got 8, so you got 4, 7, 9, 11, 13.
Flag on the play.
15, 16. So the number one pick in the draft has accounted for 16 Super Bowl victories.
Hey, but not all those guys had a great defense.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Dallas did not have a great defense during that time. They had the offense. Their defense just had to limit the other team to not put up any more than, say, 14 to 21 points a game, and the Cowboys' offense was going to outscore them. Peyton Manning, the Colts defense was not that great. They were good, but that wasn't them. That was offense that won that, even when he was in Denver.
Not
Eli
so fast, my friend. Not so fast, my friend. The second Super Bowl that Eli Manning won was because of the defense and not because of him.
I disagree.
Von Miller was a beast. That whole defense was legit.
Maybe. Eli definitely defense. Stafford definitely defense. Plunkett.
So Terry Bradshaw had a crappy defense too when he won, right?
I didn't say that. That's why I didn't call. I didn't say anything about that.
Troy Aikman's defenses were good.
They weren't that great. They were good, but they weren't superstar great.
They were good. They had some superstars on those teams.
Terry Bradshaw, that was definitely the defense. Jim Plunkett. I think the first Super Bowl against the Eagles was more defense. The second one, I think it was pretty equal. They both sides of the ball. We played tremendous in that game.
Yeah, that
offense
was
and defense. I mean,
and
remember that was the start of that finesse Super Bowl team. Like that team had finesse, had speed. You know, it had so many different things on that roster. I think that was more of a 50-50. Great defense, great offense.
They weren't finesse on defense.
No, they were just smashing in the face defense.
I still say that's the best secondary we ever had.
Cam took a knee to the head. It's coming back. Offsides. No sack. Matthew Stafford was definitely defense. I mean, that was...
Yeah, Aaron Donald took over that game.
Aaron Donald was just amazing. That whole... It's good. They had Ramsey on that team still, too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, where are we? I gotta catch back up here with the chat. We're way behind. There's Raider Paul. Raider Paul's here now. What's up, Raider Paul?
What's up, Raider Paul?
Gino just got sacked again. 4th down. Time to punt. Raider Paul said he forgot Aaron Rodgers on that list. He wasn't the first overall pick. He was a first round pick, not first overall. Damn, what a punt. Punted all the way to the 10. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, holy shit. Oh, wait till you see this hit. Oh my God. What's up, Ardell?
So, do we still want to discuss the Cowboys Super Bowl defense of the 90s with Troy Aikman?
No. Fuck the Cowboys. Who the fuck wants to talk about them?
Charles Haley, Russell Maryland, Leon Lett, Robert Jones, Darren Woodson.
Yeah, they were all right.
Deion Sanders.
That was Tommy Eichenberg on that hit, man. He fucking leveled that guy. God damn. What's up, Hawk fan? I was really hoping Pete could have done his magic again this year. Hawks did him dirty, in my opinion. I think that's why a lot of Raider fans weren't super upset when we first hired him. But now we're like,
Junior. Yeah, that. All right. I think I'm gonna go get Darren. I said Darren Woodson, Ardell.
I still say their offense was better. I mean, you're still talking about the best offensive line in NFL. Even till now, I still think that was one of the best offensive lines ever. Was that era?
Yeah,
those guys were
I'm not gonna. But to say they didn't have a very good defense.
I didn't say they didn't have a. Do you even listen to what I said?
That was all offense.
I said they weren't a dominating defense like you.
They were.
They weren't like the '85 Bears type of defense. That team there, they won that because of the defense. Their offense was not that good.
Okay. So all right. So you're taking it from the perspective that the defense does most of the work.
Comes in and just runs the game.
Okay. I will side with you on that, but to say carte blanche that they didn't have a dominant defense, you're crazy.
They really didn't. I'm telling you, they just had to not let enough points on the board, and that offense could outscore anybody.
Ain't that what
that
you're supposed
offense
to do?
was that lethal? They could strike from anywhere.
What's the keys to today's game, Bob? Well, if the Raiders could score more points than the Giants, then they should be able to win. You're killing me, Small.
A minute, you're a closet Cowboys fan.
No. Don't even take it that way. But you have to be responsible. Right? You have to at least have that was not the case. But based on your observations and how you formulated your opinion, I'm going to regress a little bit because you're basing it off the fact that if the defense totes the rock throughout and wins the Super Bowl, that's who's going to get credit for that team for that Super Bowl, right? Because you use the 85 Bears, you use the 2000 Ravens, were those were teams that were they had really solid. Their defense carried them. Their offense was just don't lose us the game, or as Ray Lewis would tell his quarterback, just don't fuck it up. Score 10 points, we'll win.
What's up, Gravy? How we doing,
How
brother?
you guys doing? How you doing, guys?
Doing good. Ain't seen you in a while.
Jason Downs, how are you? Merry Christmas to you guys.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and all that other silly shit.
All that other junk,
Another
man.
first down for the Giants. No, 9 yards. Well, we still can't.
This game is no different than the other.
Receivers. Guys already got 100 yards on the game.
Yeah.
I'm way ahead of you, Jeff.
Oh, I'm so far behind right now. I'm at 11 minutes and 22 seconds.
It was JPJ that just stopped Dart from falling.
They were high school teammates.
Were they?
Yep.
He ran right into his arms.
Hey, Raider Paul, it's not Jelly Roll, MFer. It's Jelly Belly. Jelly Belly.
Arnie wants to know who's the Raider player of the game so far. Gino, because he's thrown an interception and he's been sacked.
Yeah. Actually, I think I'm taking the back judge in this game. He's finally keeping the flag in his pocket.
I forgot how to do all this stuff.
Gee. Been a while. Huh?
I had to dust off my computer and everything. I forgot.
Hey, you guys haven't been on lately. Take
What's
a
my
little hiatus.
password?
What's that?
I said you guys haven't been on lately. You're taking a little hiatus.
Nah, it's just the ways the season's been going, and I guess we're all good. It's just life is hitting us in different ways, I guess, and really haven't been motivated to do anything. I've gone on a couple shows with you, Jeff, but it's been a while. Not real much to be anticipating and want to, but I've seen the invite. Thank you for that. So
You're welcome. Well, I saw you in the chat earlier. That's why I said it over the mic too.
Hey, don't think you have to feel guilty, Gravy, to join because
Oh, never. You guys are my guys. I'll support your show. Probably lost a couple people because I came on.
No, we actually went up 4 spots.
All right. See, that means something.
Yeah.
Hey, Coop
I listen
back too, by the way.
I listen to you guys, man. I listen to everybody. Like what I hear. Sometimes I don't, but just wanted to talk, see how the game was going. Got all my kids are here. I got all my little gravies are here, so we had a
cool.
great time being with the family and stuff. That's all about.
Nice.
But this game right here is the one bringing me down as usual. So, but Arnie, Gravy, what is your one reaction to our season this year? Shit.
Bullshit. Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. Have you watched me in the beginning? I wasn't happy with the. I don't know if we're doing play-by-play or anything, Jeff.
I'm just if something big happens, I call it out. That's about
You're
it.
shooting the breeze. I'll probably watch it before you because I'm ahead of you by about 3 plays.
What are they at right now on your screen?
They're showing rushing yards first and second half.
Right now, it's 8 minutes left. It's 2nd and goal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
808,
at,
807, 806. We're probably
I'm at
same.
909, 908.
So- But in a nutshell, I'm not happy with the season. Yeah,
Nah, how can
you
you
have
be?
heard me. If you heard me in the beginning of the season, I wasn't happy with the free agency we had at all. I wasn't excited about it. We got a lot of feedback against me and Gabe too. Gabe was with me about the lateral moves we said we got, and I said nah, they were the same guys, and they ended up to be the same. I'm not impressed with anybody that we got in offseason. You know, it was expected. I was hoping that we would play better. That these guys would do better. Maybe they might be the bright spot of a future. But Jeff, you heard me on our last live we did. I think Friday night, whatever. It's
Mhm.
time. I'm not saying it can't get no worse or whatever. It's already hit rock bottom, and
Yeah, because
I
we
think
said last year it can't get any worse, and it got
it
worse.
got worse. It got worse, and it was even
Like
the coach.
immaculately worse.
Even with AP, I don't think we're getting, as far as the head out coached with the mistakes of coaching, with Pete there, we're not making those bad decisions as far as,
Hmm.
but it's personnel and it is some of it is coaching. Um, I see a little bit of a kind of a stand down, culture a little bit, you know, and the direction of the administration is a problem. Who's really running this team is a thing for me. And I I go way back and forth on who's making the decisions. We in the beginning I thought it was Pete, and Spytek really didn't. That's not the way stuff's run. GM runs the personnel part, you coach the team, and if it's any different, you can tell, and I can tell now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just this whole season has just been a shit show. It looked promising the first couple of weeks. Even the Chargers game, it's like, yeah, it's the Chargers. They always play us tough, whatever.
But I also
I
took
mean,
it as 3 interceptions. Where if we wouldn't have got 3 interceptions, that would have been a different game.
We
I
had
mean, the best.
I was at that
I
game.
think the best game we played all season, in all honesty, was last week against the Texans. That was a great game. I mean, we were in it right to the final minutes. I mean, that was a tough fought game that we had every chance to win, and we blew it. You take away that pick six at the start of the game, we win that game easily. That game's a win. It sucks.
I'm different with you, Jeff, on that one. I thought you could tell the good teams that we play. That Houston, they showed this week what they are, and
Mhm.
and I think that we are so bad that Houston played at our level and didn't play well, and it made the game look stat wise it looked like we did good, but if we were in the game, it could have been a game that we squashed out. But I thought Houston didn't play well.
Nah.
It wasn't the Raiders dominating over Houston. It looked that way because Houston downgraded their play because we were there because they
Yeah.
played us. That's
Well,
why
I mean, the big thing is that pick six in other games, a pick six just takes it out of us. Like, we can never recover from that type of shit in the
yeah
past.
yeah
We've already seen it this year. As soon as somebody goes up on us after an interception, if they turn around and get a score out of it, whether they do it on the return or if the offense comes out, takes over the ball and scores, we can never recover from that. And it's only a 7-point deficit. We just didn't have the offense
yeah.
that could do that. And for us to stay in that game after that and not give up, like, the team didn't fall flat, like we've seen other times, and that showed me that they really still wanted to win that game, and they played like they wanted to win it, even though Houston was off that game. You know, the team still came out there with a fire to win. What I saw the week before when I was at the Philly game, I didn't see that. They came out of the
That was
tunnel like
dominant.
basically walking out like they didn't even want to be there. You know, it's just how different the team looked from one Sunday to the next. You know, granted, yeah, I know they traveled across country. It was cold as hell here. It snowed like a son of a bitch overnight into Sunday morning. You know, it was rough weather. It was freezing cold. I get that. You know, but that's just you're gonna tell me none of these guys played in cold weather before? Of course they did. You know, it's not like it's something new to them. They've never experienced like somebody that's lived in Cali their entire life. All of a sudden they come to New England and it's 10 degrees out and snow on the ground. Okay, I get that. You've never been here before, but these guys have all played cold weather games.
You're not going to hear a player say that either. You know, you're not going to hear a player say, "Well, it was freezing." Maybe later, but
Yeah.
that's just an excuse for me, Jeff. You know, I don't want to hear that shit. Just it
No,
goes
that's
in.
what I mean. It's like how do you regress so bad
Mhm.
from one game to the next? Oh, sorry. How do you improve from one game to the next like that? It was like two different teams. You know, it's like the
Would you
team didn't
say
even travel out to Philly. It's like they had a bunch of imposters out there that looked like them but didn't play like them.
when you had a better team that wasn't playing well? Philly wasn't playing well, and we didn't. It's like every time somebody plays us, then bam, like Houston, they probably got bitched at and said we shouldn't play like that, and then the next week dominate, and it doesn't matter if they played a team that was already set to go anywhere like that, but they played way better, so they cleaned some things up right after that because we bring
What's up,
the
Outdoors?
worst out of teams when they play against us. We bring the worst out of the teams, and it's not because we're playing good. Is that it might be so easy and it might not preparedness is all we're playing the Raiders. So I don't that's just the confidence that I have in this team is like blah, just blah. And then the game that I got excited. I was at that game, that Charger game that Jason Downs brought up. It was even with those three picks and even how we played, we were still in that last drive to win the football game. We were in it. So that was the last time I seen the effort and the fortitude and the good coaching and things like that came out. We were in that game until he threw that last pick
My God.
on that drive.
Can that guy even take his snap from under center without tripping over something?
Let me see it. Poor Genty, man. I'm that way. Poor Genty. Just the
Wow.
factor
And
that
then a big play by Michael Mann next.
yeah. He's balling today. He's having a good game today.
Yeah, he is. Well, at the start of the game, they did call him out as being like the I guess their X factor. So to answer that question that's on the screen right now about the sacks this year, I got the answer. So the team has allowed a total of 57 sacks this season through 15
58.
games. So it doesn't include this game. Geno Smith has been sacked 52 times. Okay. Kenny Pickett was sacked 5 times. And then Aiden O'Connell never got in a game. So 52 sacks he's gotten. Now you total in what he's got today.
You got
So
60 at least.
I think 3 or 4 today, right?
I'm going to look that one up right now.
That's terrible.
Let's see. Team stats.
And I'm not the type guy to. I understand why all these dudes are sitting out. You got to wonder. Like this Max thing. This a dude. Jeff, me and you kind of like are the same boat and say the same thing. Like Max is not what, but it's an unwinnable debate when you talk about Max Crosby for this team.
Mhm.
Jeff, you know that I don't know what Jason Downs' view on it is, but I get a lot of shit where I've been on, but then, and I would say it early that I really don't care what happens to Matt Crosby with this team, because even though it's an unwinnable debate because you know sit him down. He sat down 2 games last year and we won those 2 games. Max has Crosby in playing only won 4 games in the last 2 years with us. And, he's hurt. He's storming out all pissed off because he couldn't play. Dude, this is going to be your 5th surgery since 2022 that
Yeah,
you're
because they
having
just
now?
talked about it on in the game that he's got to
Yeah.
go in for knee surgery now.
So storming out pissed off because you can't play. Now, what I think would be smart is that, hey, we don't want to get you fucked up because you might be dangled out there. Dangle them out there and see, because
Teams come a calling, you better be answering and listening.
put
That's
that out
all I
there, Jeff, because I'm not going to be on many more, to say that. But if you think the same way as I do, and I don't know if you do, Jason, but that there is, options out there that we can get for Max, if we should be in the mindset of it's time to by the time we get going, if we get a quarterback, we need to get a quarterback. If we do this and let this quarterback, get them somebody offensive that knows what they're doing and the quarterback guy. And Geno Smith there, you guys said it earlier. I agreed with it that Geno ain't the type guy I want grooming a quarterback, anybody to do this, to do that. He's not
I
known
don't want
for it.
Pete Carroll around a rookie quarterback. I
I
don't know
don't
about
want
you.
Pete Carroll's not a quarterback guy. That's what you want to do if you need to do that. You need to have a guy like nowadays. And then if you look at football the way it is now, the quarterbacks are not getting taught. They're learning a brand new field of quarterbacking when they get to the pros. They're not getting taught right when they come out of college. I'm not impressed with any of the quarterbacks that are coming out of college right now.
And you know what I think causes that though? It starts at the high school level with 7-on-7. I really truly think that 7-on-7 creates a lot of bad habits in these guys as they progress up through college into the pros.
I'm not with 7-on-7, Jason. I'm glad you brought that up. That is show that's not coached. They're not getting coached right.
You don't have your timing is completely different without a pass rush. You're throwing to receivers that you know aren't going to get fucking lit up if you throw a bad pass, right? And then you can sit there and watch. I mean, these guys can literally run 2 or 3 routes on one play because it's 7-on-7. It's a non-contact version of football. Now, are there some good aspects of 7-on-7? Maybe working on your release mechanics, things like that. I mean, so you're just not throwing into air or throwing into a net, for the receivers. You're not catching balls from a jugs machine. You're catching live balls from actual people. But other than that, 7-on-7 to me, it creates a false sense of success for some of these guys that play 7-on-7.
Exactly right. You're exactly right. There ain't legit coach that's in high school, middle school, or college that lets their or
We're
should
going
let
for it
their
on
quarterback
fourth and goal right now. We've
and
gotten
let
a
them
whole
have
fresh
something.
set of downs because they had 12 guys on the field. The defense did, the Giants. So we're 4th and goal right now from the 4-yard line.
You might as well go for it. You're down.
Thornton touchdown. Oh no, Lockett, my bad. Tyler Lockett touchdown. So to answer the other question, going back to the sacks real quick, he's been sacked twice today. So in total, he's got 52. So he's been sacked 54 times this season. They said he was on pace for 60, so he's
You'll
still
get
got
it.
a game to go and another full game next week if he starts it. He's going to hit that 60 mark easily.
Yeah, if Chris Jones plays, you'll get him 2 or 3 times.
Hey, we're only down by 10.
Rogers
Jay
kids
says no.
is still playing good.
Jay says no. In college, these coaches that they're the limelight. They got to get wins in coaching. You have to
All
win.
right.
The players is more NFL. You know, the players is the main product in the NFL. Coaches in college, they need to win or they're out.
What's
So
up, Mike?
and then you got this portal. Then you got this portal where quarterbacks they got five. Some of them transferred 2 times, played two teams in 1 year. That's bad for football. That's why you're
Yeah,
seeing
I'm not a fan of the portal either.
the quarterback play. And the way I think about these quarterbacks is that we're stuck on one guy, and then we're stuck on another guy, and we're stuck on another guy. These guys they're not ready. So I'm expected. Let's get a quarterback, then let's get them the pro way. There's not a lot of college teams out here doing pro offenses anymore, and they got to learn how to play quarterback. And then
I still don't know who runs a traditional West Coast offense in the NFL anymore. Even Andy Reid doesn't even run it.
Hardly anybody. But
And
Andy Reid, at least you see his quarterbacks be under center. None of these quarterbacks in college even know what a center's ass.
Well, you watch every time Geno's under center, he gets stepped on. He can't even get out from underneath the center to hand the ball off.
Geno was in college knowing what that is. Like guys like Lane Kiffin. Guys. Alabama before Dayball got there. David Dayball does it a lot. There's a lot of unless you got them up to like Army and Navy. Watch them with quarterbacks under center doing those. They don't run like wing T and triple option anymore in college. Besides them and the pros, but geez, if they don't know how to just do that, the basics of getting under a center and doing that, besides running the football, get under center and throw a 3-step drop pass, guys nowadays don't know how to do that. I've watched Indiana play. I never see Mendoza underneath the center. When have you seen Oregon quarterback ever go under center?
I think it's against the law in Oregon.
You guys got to learn how to do that, and that's a priority in the pros. So the college and the pro, they ain't helping each other out. They're not helping each other out. So it's going to get worse. As football evolves in college, it's going to get worse with these offenses because the coaches need to win games, and they need to get guys. They pay them money, and they're getting that habit of being back there. Some of these guys don't know what to do when spring ball starts or rookie camp starts. What to do when they have a center and they got to go underneath there.
Just real quick, Ardell, I take what he's saying, but my thing is if we can't get a center like Linderbaum in the free agency, I want to see us draft the best center without reaching out of this draft. Giants just ran the kickoff back for a touchdown.
Who is that? That's that Slater kid, right? That Slater kid.
Slaughter from Florida.
Slaughter from Florida. He's really.
Yeah, I want a bona fide center. I want a guy that's either a free agent that's played center his entire career, or a kid that's coming out of college that played his college career as center. Not a guy that played 1 year as center and everybody thinks he's the best center ever. I'm not knocking JPJ. That's not what I'm doing here. It's just that we drafted him as a guard. We didn't draft him as a center. He's not a true 100% played his entire career as a center. He's played it as a guard. We drafted him as a guard. He's a better guard than center. I will take that to the grave. I want a bona fide 100% purebred center to play that spot.
Yep, Soldier Boy, I sure do. Got a big old case of that syndrome.
He's messed up.
What a dick.
Huh? That's all right.
He's messed up.
He had to ask his mom how to fucking spell it.
Ardell, if you look at the free agents for offensive line this year, there's a lot of good offensive line, young ones too. And there's some veterans out there that would definitely be worth bringing in for short money too. There is a lot of offensive linemen that are going to be free agents that are definitely ones to think about bringing in. If not for starters, as depth and guides for these young kids. Because think about it, this offensive line's got the potential to be real young comes next year. You're talking about the oldest guy on the roster next year for the offensive line could end up being just Miller. The rest of them are going to be in their 20s. You know, you're talking JPJ, you're talking Glaze, you're talking Caleb Rogers. We still don't. The jury is still out on Grant. He hasn't had enough time to play, so who knows what he's going to be like next year. So 4 out of your offensive linemen next year are going to be only second or third year guys out of college, plus Colton Miller. We're going to have a young offensive line, so we need more veteran leadership on the offensive line for depth too, if anything. And
You know what, Jeff? You know what, Jeff?
Kappa should be gone. Forsyth should be gone. I don't want any of these bums next year.
Backups, Jeff. Long way backups. I'm saying that's what I mean. You know, invest. And look, when we spent money on offensive line when DC was in there, right? We spent money. We had one of the best
We're gonna
centers.
kill offensive line when he was
We
here.
drafted Gabe Jackson. What was wrong with that shit? And then we came in and dumped it all. And then we're at where we are now. We know the formula of getting guys and paying those guys. What happens when you do that? When you get backups and start them and say we can develop guys that's been in the league for 4 years, 3 years, you know, it's not going to work. And then nowadays, the way when we go back to college, and you got tackles moving to guards in the NFL because the tackles in college are the athletes. The tackles in college are the athletes, and the athletes are guards now in football because of the zone. You know, the zone reads and the RPOs that they do. The guards are moving everywhere, so the athletes got to be guards. Guards are getting bigger now. You got 6'7", 6'6" guards. They weren't that way 3 years ago. You know,
Caleb Rogers is a beast. That's a big kid.
He was a tackle. He played tackle in college, and they want to move him. That transition, now I understand why it took him a while to do it. He's transitioning from being a tackle to guard, and we said, well, throw him in there. This guy's used to pulling, you know, just doing a kick step and moving with some good defensive ends or whatever. Now he has to pull legitly, maybe to the other side, and he does a good job. The guy has potential to be he's the type of guy, what I would say, needs to develop. He needs to develop. And he's doing a good job, better than what we have there. Better than what we have. He's younger. He has great footwork. He's a big kid. You know, now you're gonna see that transition go, but it's very, very difficult from being a tackle in college, then moving to guard in the NFL game. It's drastic change there. The tackle we got was a tackle. You know, he played tackle in college, and then he just that's the one that didn't get the shot. He's playing the position that where he was at in college, and I don't know why. You know, Glaze has had a terrible season. I don't think Glaze had lived up to it last year.
I think coaching hurt him.
It could be. We know that's our excuse, and that's the only thing that we can say about it. That it was a drastic change with DJ Glaze. Probably was coaching.
Well, how does he regress? How does the whole offensive line regress from one year to the next when the only change was the coaching?
You know, even if you didn't like Parham had promise last year, you know, but Parham is just a backup guy, and we got a backup guy starting. You know, I toned in watching the games before, you know, not really talking about it. That shit, I miss Mumford. You know, I miss Mumford over there. You know, how
hey, Mumford's been starting in New England every now and then because of the injuries they have on their line. Elmanor playing for the Giants, Van Roten playing for the Giants. These guys that we had before that were decent with us, and we didn't keep them.
Well, Illuminor came out earlier this game with his two straight up. He used to do that shit with us.
Yeah, he had 2 penalties back to back.
He's not doing it on 4th and 1. You know, at least this was 3rd and 9 or something. He did it on, but he used to do it with us on goal line. You know, 3rd and 1, inches away from the goal line, and false start. Do that shit with the Giants. You know, the way you're doing it with us. But then we got to think too, guys. That I wanted to bring this up before I forget is that, you know, the injury Miller every year does this shit. He at the end of the game, and then JPJ too, known to get hurt. You know, we gotta. That's what we gotta stop. You know, that's what we gotta stop.
Yeah.
They get injury prone, and we got to stop doing that. You know, I know it's hard in the pros to not get hurt. It happens. Those guys are banged up every day, and I credit them for it. And I'm used to it. But geez, man, it's that we hit this time where, and I understand why these guys get off because you want to save them. You don't want them to get hurt, or they're dangling them around. I know the young guys. The young guys aren't getting dangled around like that. Like, you know, Bowers. Heck no, you need to save that guy. I understand that, but like guys like Max, it popped in my head real quick. They want to keep this guy healthy. He needs surgery, but he wouldn't play if he had ligaments. If it was ligaments, it's just he probably ain't got no meniscus in that knee anymore. And they just got to drain it. They got to drain it all the time. So if you got bad meniscus, you can still play. You know, if it's a surgery, then it's just a meniscus type thing.
He's now got 55 sacks on the season. He just got sacked again.
You seen that? He got 60.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if this week, him not
suck.
practicing all week, not being able to practice all week, is that why they made that decision more than just being the end of the year?
Mm-hmm. He's hurt.
Yeah.
So, no, you're getting up there, Max. You're getting up there, and then this. I understand you don't want to lead a game. You don't want to do this. I understand all that shit, but don't hurt yourself, you know. And then I would throw him. What good if we're gonna do the? He's gonna be 35 years old by the time we get going, or maybe 34, 33 years old. But if we're doing this, all right, let's clean house, because that's the only way, Jeff. I think. That's the
I don't
only
want
way.
anybody left in this coaching staff. Nobody, not a soul.
I ain't even got to that, bro. It's just
Michael Mayer again, another first down. Nope, but an inch short. Mike Guerra, I just looked. He's not on Steam, so if he's playing a game, he's probably playing on an Xbox. I haven't heard. Well, he did ask me if we were doing the Monday morning quarterback. I told him no. I said we're done with that.
Where is Chris at?
Yes, I agree with John Reedy. I agree with you, but that is a different Mike Shanahan. That's not the. That's a completely different Mike Shanahan. Not even related to Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan.
Bones asked, would you keep Spy Tech? I would keep Spy Tech. Because I don't know how much you really had the decision in what was going on last year. I really don't. Because first of all, the coaching hire wasn't his choice.
Can I jump on this subject real quick?
Yeah, just real quick. I want to say hi to Mike. Marcus is in the house. What's up, Marcus?
Well, Marcus, come and join his show on Friday, so he's got somebody to talk to from another team. Can you do that for me, buddy? Thank you. I much appreciate it, because Marcus is one of ours. Even though he's not a Raider fan, he's one of our guys in our chat, man. And I'd go to bat for this guy any day of the week. Go back to that question: would you keep Spy Tech? And let me jump on that soapbox for just a second. If for anybody in the Raider Nation wants to understand clearly, the biggest mistake that we make is not changing the head coaches every year, but changing the GM every year. That's why the roster is the way it is. If we still had somebody like Mike Mayock was still our GM, we would still have some semblance of a roster.
I don't know about that, Jason, but
I wouldn't say it was good, but it would be a similar. This is not we've got a bunch of used parts slapped together, is what we got, and it's an expansion team at best.
He is down. He just threw an interception and got fucking clocked.
That's like a 2-for-1, right?
Yeah, kind of. If you want to look at it that way. Oh, Parham fell on him.
They're trying to cut him out.
Wasn't even the other team that knocked him out of the game. It was his own team.
They caught a personal power roughing a passer on Parham.
But long story short, we shouldn't have gone off of Telesco. I don't think I think he should have got another chance to maybe get his own coach or whatever. But what did he do in San Diego? I mean, he put together a good roster, but what did they win? They didn't win shit. They still ain't won nothing.
He had a terrible coach. He put that roster together. They did it the right way, though, Jason. We don't do it the right way.
I get that.
He
But if
doesn't.
we keep changing GMs, the next GM is going to want to get his guy, and then the next GM is going to want to get his guy, and you're never going to have a semblance of a roster that's going to be at least cohesive. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we've always done that different, and then look what it's done.
Well,
Gruden picked Mayock. Gruden picked Mayock, right?
Yeah.
And we AP. I don't know if Telesco was AP's guy.
No, he wasn't.
But AP was there before Telesco, right?
Yes, because AP went from interim to head coach. Yeah.
We did the same thing this year. Pete Carroll was hired, and then Spytek came afterwards. Who does that? And is successful? Unless you got we have a coach that has a resume. Finally, at least that. But I don't think I'm with Jeff. I don't think he's made any decisions, big time decisions, and then now he's.
Which isn't a bad mark on him because he hasn't been able to really do his GM job, is what I feel. Not as long as Pete Carroll's there.
It has not, and it's probably impossible to do that because the name of Pete Carroll is like satisfies Raider Nation. But now when we're in a situation like this, we say, "Oh, Spytek. Let Spytek do what he does. We're supposed to do best." And then using the excuses, "Oh, this is Spytek's first year." Fuck that, man. I'm not with that. He knows he's been an assistant GM for fucking 20-something years.
But if his hands are tied and he can't do what he's supposed to do as a GM because the owner and the coach are in agreement on stuff, there's nothing you can do about that. It's the same reason why you don't want Gruden back here, because Gruden has a direct express elevator right to Mark's office. So if the GM says one thing, he's going to go run into Mark Davis and say, "Hey, listen, this is what Spytek wants me to do. I don't want to do it that way. We're going to go this route instead. All right, can you approve that?"
Right there. Who does that, Jeff? Who does
that? That's what John Gruden would do.
And look what happens. I don't want John Gruden back.
I don't either. I didn't want him the second time. Definitely don't want him on a round 3.
We can't. We've fallen into that.
What's up, AR?
Abyss of Raider, and the ism is not there to blossom. We just want to go back to these old folks, retreads, band-aids, bandages, and mummify our football team until it's to a point like this, and then we get happy if we get somebody that we had before all over again to start to say like things are going to change. Like John Gruden is going to change this team because he was successful before he fucked up, before he said what he said. I don't understand why we just break it down, start over, just get excited about the new stuff we have, and then let our Joe. Why do Raiders got to be different as far as the chain of command in the NFL? Why do we got to be different? Why can't we just do the same thing that Super Bowl teams do?
We've never had a chain of command.
Are you still out here or are you back home? What's up, C Raider?
Mendoza is already once a Raider, always a Raider. Already, no matter how he plays, no matter what he does. What if we don't get Mendoza? Are we gonna fall behind a quarterback that maybe we get in the second, third round? We have to get a quarterback high. Sometimes
top 4. We got to get a top. We got to get to get a franchise quarterback. You're gonna have to get him somewhere before the 40th pick, the top 40 pick. Usually, if you're drafting a quarterback after the 40th pick, you're not picking him to be a franchise quarterback. You're picking him to be a backup. Now, if he turns into be a franchise quarterback, you got lucky. You got a diamond in the rough. But that's few and far between. Most of your successful quarterbacks are going to come out of the first round. or the first 40 picks.
We're down to 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. We're down 27-10. Giants are moving the ball. They're already over the 50.
This is bad, bro. This is bad.
Well, Gino probably won't hit 60, getting sacked 60 times this season because there's probably a good chance now he's not playing next week. Huh?
I hope they hold the ball to him for 9 minutes. I want to see that shit. Pick it in.
You want to see Pickett get in or you don't?
So,
How do we get our ass kicked by a
Gino
2-13
ain't gonna come back. So we got what everybody wants. Now, what would you do? Do you want the number one pick, or you want to win games and not give a shit? You know, I know being the number one pick is a blessing, but what if they don't get rid of Pete? What if they don't get rid of Pete Carroll? And you got the number one pick.
If we don't get rid of Pete Carroll, then we better be trading that number one pick away and getting a fucking boatload of picks and get bodies in this state, in this organization that's going to help grow this team for the future. Because again, I don't want to take a quarterback with Pete Carroll. He's got 2 more years left still. If we don't shit can
11 picks. We got 11 picks. That's a lot of picks, dude. A lot.
I know it is, but we could
also have
couple it up and
23
get
free agents
next
too.
year too for the 2027 draft. You know,
It's gonna take that. It's gonna take that, Jeff. It's gonna take years, and you know, I would accept that. I would accept that as a fan, a real deep, passionate fan like I am of Raider Nation. I would accept the years of the transition that we would do, and we just did that. What you said, okay? That would tell me, all right, we want to get younger. We're gonna have to get younger. I'll take my lumps for a couple of years and see how these young studs blossom. You know, but Band-Aid and patching things up is not going to work for me. And you have a head coach that's saying things and knowing that he ain't going nowhere. I've never heard anybody on the top even, or anybody that's in the Raider facility saying that Pete Carroll's job is in jeopardy. No one has said that, or even close to it. Just we are the ones saying that.
So let me ask you this, Gravy. If we do retain Pete Carroll, do you think this year was intentional? Not so much the intent to tank, the intent to lose, but I myself think they intentionally played this season out as purely we're just going to evaluate people. Because you said it at the beginning of one of your podcasts at the beginning of the year. Are we just going to evaluate people, or are we going to try and win games? I thought
the intention for what we had was to
win games.
Win games.
But I'm starting to think if they retain him, that wasn't true, that they felt us a line of bullshit, and it was actually their intent was to create an evaluation process, especially with a lot of one-up contracts, one and done contracts, that they were going to kind of rifle through those and create their own little portfolio of what they wanted to keep and what they want to get rid of going forward into the 2026 season. I don't want to say tank, because tank is, you're undermining these professional athletes that work so hard their whole life to get to this position in their career, and they're not about losing. Pro athletes hate to lose more than anybody else. Because
why are we always part of shitty stats or records?
What?
They just announced a record that's never happened before. 2 teams at the end of the season, both on 9-game losing streaks, playing each other. Why is it we're always on the bad side of history and records?
Because exactly what we're talking about right now, Jeff. Exactly what we're talking about right
now.
That's it, right. We've been doing the same old shit. We've been doing the same old shit, and nothing's changed.
Not the shit I want to be in the history books for.
My thing was that they made these decisions thinking that they were going to get an upper hand on it, and they just made a bunch of mistakes. They made a bunch of mistakes to do it. How could you concede to a season? You just said right now that, you know, these players got the opportunity to start for a team, which none of them ever did. You know, Eric Stokes didn't start. You know, Chin was was a not a valuable player at Washington. That's why they let him go.
He was a role player.
All the other guys, all the linebackers we got weren't adequate parts of their team. That we either backups or role players on their team. None of them started, and none of them did. We gambled and put money into what's his name on the other side of Max. We made a big gamble on Adam Butler. I wanted Adam Butler back. He had a great season last year, and then now he downfalled. Could it be coaching? Could it be, something? But as far as I'm concerned, all Raider Nation thinks that we have the best defensive line coach in football. One of them. What happened to that? We have Pat Graham. The only consistent thing that we have on our team is Patrick Graham. We're just.
I don't even think he's consistent. He hasn't been consistent either.
Well, and we let the wrong defensive end that played opposite of Matt go. We should have kept Chase on and not Kuntz.
Yeah.
Kuntz was a gamble that something that we were looking forward to and we were happy about. Wouldn't you rather have Chase on right now? I would rather have Chase on right now.
Yeah,
having a great year over there in New England. Spillane too. Spillane's having a great year. The only problem with Spillane is he would have cost us a lot of money.
Here's another perfect example of the bullshit that we're experiencing. Let's just go with Jermaine Pratt. Was what he wasn't doing shit for us, right? Now he's with the Colts and he's balling out.
He's getting an opportunity. He's getting a lot of opportunity. He did fit in well with us. I don't know why.
I think they played him out of position with us. They played him out of position with us.
Exactly. And we're over here. We got. I think Devin White's having a great season, but we lost a lot. We lost a lot, and we didn't make up for it. And I don't know if that was intentional, Jason, but I wanted to win, and all of us wanted to win. But I don't see an organization saying, "Well, we're just going to evaluate these new players that we got for 1 year, and then we're going to see." We have to. That's all the grounds of just starting over because these players didn't pan out for you, and then I would rather take. As a Raider fan, I would rather take young guys, 22, 23-year-old guys that are good and start them. And they would possibly be one of the youngest teams in the NFL. And if they're good, the development's going to be short. Not 4-year development guys that we've been saying for Tyree and all these other fuckers that are in there not doing nothing. Get rid of it. It's going to be hard for Raider fans to do that because we fall in love with these guys so bad. They can never do no wrong, but if you dissect how they play and what they do, I don't give a fuck what your name is. You play, get good. Kuntz got 1 year contract. He ain't doing nothing for you, so get rid of him. I ain't gonna wait another year. Tyree,
real quick, Alfakasi, I saw your interview with Dub Raider, dude. That was a good interview with him.
Yeah,
that was good. That was pretty cool. And
cool.
Talk about a world traveler. He's in Costa Rica right now. He's coming back to LA before he goes back home. He was only supposed to be out there for like 2 weeks. He's been on here for like a month now.
Now you know why he worked all that overtime to save his money up to travel.
Yeah.
That was like it's expansive.
No, but back with like where we're at with Gravy and us and so on and so forth is like this year, for example, is they went out and tried to get these like so on and so forth, the retreads or guys that were role players on other teams that had some success, but they were just role players and thinking we're going to bring them all in on a 1 year contract and turn them into this superstar. Al Davis did it back in the day with like Ted Hendricks, and he'd go get these guys off the scrap heap and make Hall of Famers out of them.
What's up, Raider Pete? Welcome in.
That was because he already had a team that was built. We're just going to plug you in. If we already had, say, a Quinnen Williams and a Jalen Carter on the front line, and we had, maybe a Schwarzenegger as our middle linebacker, then go get a Pratt or get a Landon Roberts and bring them in. Because they're role players on other teams. They'll have maybe more defined role with us, but we're not going to depend on them to be our superstars. They're not going to be the ones that are going to be, taking us to the promised land. They're just going to be that role player, and they're going to be successful as that role player. But we went out and it's like we're trying to,
a bunch of them. Got a bunch of them.
Yeah, and like we're gonna, guys that have been in the NFL 4 or 5 years, you're not developing those guys. They're already developed. You're just going to take them for what they're worth and plug them in.
Thank you for saying that, because how long does Tyree Wilson needs to develop before he busts out?
2 years.
That's
you got to show something within the first 2 years.
That's it. Get out of here. And he's a bust, and another Raider bust. So another bad pick for the Raiders. That's another element that we got to stop doing. We've been good. I think Jency had a good season. We didn't use him well. We didn't use him right, but I think he's.
I'm going to call it.
Giants are on the 2-yard line, right? So right now the total score is 37 points. The over/under is 40.5. So they're not going for a field goal. They're going for the touchdown. Just faked it to Singletary, and Jackson Dodson ran it in for a touchdown. So they broke the over, and they broke the point spread. Point spread was only 3.5 or 3.
Jackson Dodson scored 2 rushing touchdowns.
Jason.
Yes.
Did you see this from Afakasi? He said, well said, Jason. You've been speaking well on the podcast scene as of late. Salute, my friend. You've come a long way.
Thank you. Thank you much. I appreciate it. Afakasi, if you get a chance, watch our show on Tuesday nights. My partner, Donuts Duncan, he's a pretty sharp kid.
We're so happy that we got 5 linebackers, and none of them are even replaced. Spillane. None of them. In my book, none of them. Mm-hmm. Devin White does what he does. 100-something tackles, right? 100-something tackles. And that's what Devin White does.
Yeah, fuck Tyree. I'm done with him. He did absolutely. And he had opportunity this year to really step in and step up, and he didn't do jack shit this year.
This game right here
should have been the one.
This is the game you should have said, okay, I'm sorry for the last 3.5 years, guys, but I'm going to show you I'm really worth that pick.
Him and Kuntz. They shouldn't be hanging around the facility at all at the end of the last game.
No, pack your shit. Get out of here.
Bye. Yep. All of them. We do win. We beat Kansas City. We can't get no more than what? 4th or something like that?
3rd or 4th, yeah.
If you want to start off, boom, get a safety, get a DB. The quarterback. Those quarterbacks ain't there. You know what I mean? You need a dominant corner, and the NFL is proven. Tell me the good teams that don't. When have we lacked that? It ain't linebackers. We need a defensive. Everything, man. It's everything, and you'll start knowing in free agency and we're patching shit up. But we're getting the Stokes and we're getting the the Pratts and those 5 linebackers that we were so happy that we got 5 linebackers for the same price Spillane got in New England. That's the reason why. Look at what happened. We have a linebacker problem still.
I still think the way our roster is constructed right now, though, and the bullshit that we've done, we could have 5 first-round picks, $200 million under the salary cap. We still couldn't fix this shit.
It's that bad, Jason. I think it's that bad. I'm glad you said that, because I'm glad we agree, because
wait a minute.
I see that, bro. And it's not just Tyree. It's the rest of them. It's the rest of them. I've been done with Tyree. We're so motivated on, Trey Tucker. Stop it. Stop. That's it.
He's a role player. He's just a role player, man.
Duncan, if you're out there, yeah, come in. I totally misread that text. I thought it was someone else that sent me that asking that. Yeah, come on in. I thought it was somebody else from my chapter that sent me that, and I'm like, Yeah, how do you want to? You on your phone? Yeah, Duncan, get your ass in there.
And then I hear guys saying, Jason, that oh, Janty's doing this. That's a bright spot on our team that we should be happy about. That's something that we should look forward to because you know, even with Genty, even with the production that he's had, and I think it was a good rookie season for what he got pushed into and what he got dealt with as far as offensive coordinators and the way we ran the ball and who was running the everything. And I got my issue with that is that if Genty just had a little bit of something different call wise and product and given the ball more and an offensive line would do, and the way the protection was made for him, we wouldn't be saying that he's a bust.
Jeffy just had a nice long run.
We wouldn't be saying things like that. Look at the game he had last week against a good defense. Stopping.
Yeah, but what was the difference last week than the previous 15 games?
I don't know, but hold on a second. I just got to read this out loud. Got a super chat here from Alfakasi saying, "Ha ha ha! Gravy pronounces spleen correctly for the first time ever," and he then proceeds to correct himself by calling him spleen.
I ain't knocking Gravy how he pronounces
last
it.
season, man. Every time you make a play or whatever, you spleen.
You know who did that was Lowe. Lowe would always correct me on how to say it. And I
think it's funny. Thank you, Alfakasi. You're the man.
Gravy, ain't nothing wrong with the way you pronounce people's names.
Nope.
Don't listen to these MFers.
Yeah, he don't know more. So who gives a shit what I say? Yeah, they let the New England guys do that. But he's hurt, I think, right now. But he had a good season. Why couldn't we pay the guy? You need one of those. One guy that stood. Spillane grew on me. He grew on me as a Raider, and he did his job, man. Why not? We got something. And then, bam, he's gone. And then look, he's successful right now on a team that's going to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question from Ja Raider. If we do keep Pete and he drafts Ruben, the edge from Miami, and trades away Max, how mad will you all be?
I don't think that's an even trade, though. There are two different styles of edge rushers.
If we keep Pete, knowing Pete and what he does, I could see that if we win this game against Kansas City, which is very winnable, I could see the Raiders picking that low. I could see Caleb Downs as in Raider uniform right off the bat, and Pete has his say.
And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
I have nothing wrong with that either, Jason.
There ain't nothing wrong with
at
that.
all. I'll be more happy Caleb Downs than I would be Mendoza, because I don't think Mendoza is ready for it. Caleb Downs a monster. Monster, dude. He's like a grown ass boy playing against those dudes. Check up Caleb Downs. You guys all know who he is, but he's killing people.
There's more to it than what you're just going to see on film, too, because the way he is in the huddle, the way he is in the film room and the weight room, it all translate the type of leadership that he has. He's above and beyond what most people coming out of college are going to be. Mm-hmm. The kid is actually right now could go to an NFL team and command 1/3 of that field with his play.
He'll get him. Yes, he will. He'll get him. Watch him. Caleb Downs. He's high.
I was trying off the Kasi, but Gravy gets on a roll and I can't stop him. So does Jason sometimes.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, you read his super chat, you dummy.
I did. I'm just getting to the chat now. Plus, I had a conversation with the wife. So sorry. Daniel Berry's in the house. What's up, my guy?
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you. Great. Now I'm getting in trouble there, too.
You see that too, Jason, huh? You see Caleb.
Yeah, I liked him at Alabama.
Exactly.
When he was returning punts at Alabama, and I was like, that kid's something else. He returns a punt and then he goes back out on defense and gets an interception, and I'm like, good God, he can play. Then he goes to Ohio State and he's even better. He's even better. So
you take kids that get coached like that. You got
Thank you.
the best college coaches in the world is at Ohio State, Oregon, places like that. As much as good as Signetti's a coach, you're in Indiana, bro. What's your budget as far as coach is concerned? The coach at Ohio State, the running back coach at Ohio State is making more than
Oh my God.
all the coaching staff in Indiana.
Here's another shitty
That's why
stat. You ready for this one? 2 seasons in a row with 10 loss streaks. We've lost 10 in a row last year, and we just lost our 10th one now.
Yeah.
If we don't win that game next week,
Don't just get our
I'll
shit
probably be
together.
one of the
What?
few teams that went 0 for nothing in 2 years in division.
Pickett
and
runs
12.
a touchdown. Now there's a flag on the play. It's probably coming back.
0-12 in the division.
That's bad.
Yeah, 0-12. And well, not yet. We still got to play the Chiefs.
Yep, we're making history the wrong ways.
Yep.
Well,
What's up,
John,
Tana?
look, if I understand,
It's not locked in. It's not locked in because if we beat the Chiefs next week, we would fall back out of the number 1 pick.
I think if the Jets and the Giants win next week, then we can win.
I don't even think it's that. It's
Hey.
Mr. Duncan. What's up?
Yeah, no, if we win next week and the Giants lose, we fall to the number 2 pick. But we're actually top 2 pick no matter what now.
Later, James. Let me give you this on the way out, Frippo. Hold on.
Yeah, Furpo.
Thanks for being here today, brother.
We didn't have a chance to see Besh at all, and that's a question. That's a question why we didn't get to see Besh at all, and he's not even dressed out today. Our linemen, one of them is a tackle, being a guard. That explains why we couldn't expect him playing college his whole life as a tackle and coming in playing guard. That Rodgers did that, and Grant. We thought we were solidified with Glaze, and then we didn't. I expected Miller to get hurt sometime during the season, but he's not ready to do that, to be our left tackle. Understandable. So, and everybody else beyond the fourth, I didn't expect Thornton to go out there and say what everybody else was. Not at all. And he's starting for us. So put that in your book as unsuccessful draft pick.
I don't see Thornton as unsuccessful yet. He's still got a couple years to prove himself.
Well, he hasn't done nothing. Our expectations of Thornton were way above than what.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, you had people calling him the next Megatron. It's like,
there's no way that anybody would have thought that Thornton was going to start on the first day and say that he was going to ball out. Not me.
Yeah, but they were pushing him in training camp to be that guy.
They pushed him in there, and he couldn't do it.
He wasn't ready. He's not capable. I still think down the road, year 2, year 3,
Kev.
He starts to show slices and dices. But let's not go into a season thinking he's going to be our number 1. I wouldn't even consider him our number 3 right now. So
me too.
Randy, you're right. This is horrible. Hi, sweetie.
I did fall in for that with Thornton. I wasn't with Trey Tucker either.
That's it. Game is over. We are now 2-14, and if we lose next weekend, this will be the first time in Raiders history that we have lost 15 games in a single season.
Well, I still have hope for Thornton because I did want us to draft him. I didn't think he was going to be a day 1 starter, though. And all that hype did come from the beat writers during practices in the offseason, just totally hyping.
Oh, you mean the soft-ass question guys?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, that stuff catches like wildfire. Like, all the Raider fans want to be positive about the team, and we got Pete Carroll, which a lot of people like.
Max thing blew up. Look at the Max thing this week, how that blew up and went negative so fast. Well, the guy walked out, and all it takes is one person to go, he stormed out because he pushed the door open aggressively when he left. Of course he's going to be pissed off. The guy wants to play ball. He doesn't want to be sent home. And that's the other thing. He wasn't sent home. Because Pete Carroll even said in his press conference, Max
What it
Max
is,
looked after we talked, and he said,
There he is.
"Oh, so can I go home? Yeah, I can go then, right?" And Pete's like, "Yeah, get out of here, go home." You know, he didn't storm out and leave on his own. He said, "Well, can I go then?" And he left.
31 teams here. There he is right there. Bum knee and all. Go. Bum knee at all.
Yep.
Absolutely disgraceful.
Oh, it's disgusting.
If my dad was alive right now, he'd be so fucking pissed.
No, but I agree with the Max thing. But the other thing you got to add to all the hype with Max Crosby leaving is every other team wants him. So the NFL media is going to pump that up. It's not just the Raiders media that's going to do that.
But, even Ian Rappaport, when he gave the report on it yesterday, he didn't say anything. He didn't say that he stormed out of the building. He said he left the building even when he was visibly upset. He said it the right way, because that's exactly what it is. The guy's upset. He's pissed off. He didn't storm out of the building. They make it seem like he busted through doors and left him peeled out of the parking lot. That's just
turned over
that's the image they're trying to.
Yeah, but I mean, it gives them more cover. Yeah, gives them more topics to cover, and that's kind of a hot story. Is like somebody of Max Crosby's caliber. Possibly being able to.
Think he punched the baby on his way out and tripped an old lady too,
Yeah.
Wow.
I get it.
John Parker, for right now, we have the first pick. It all comes down to next week. We would have to lose, or the Giants have to win next week.
Yeah.
Although if the Giants lose and we lose, we still got it.
Yeah.
Because we would still have the worst record.
We could also tie. And we'd still have the first pick.
Oh, what's the score of this other game?
I wouldn't mind, because I don't know, but I'm with this. I'm with us getting Caleb Downs, no matter where we're at.
Oh, then I think we should trade back.
Either that, or when against Kansas City, you still give Caleb Downs.
Yeah. I'd just
we need to go back to 3 or 4.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I said if we still end up with Pete Carroll, I feel safer taking a defensive player, because a defensive player is a rookie. I have a better. I think there's a better chance of getting him on the roster right away and starting right away, type of thing. Well, whereas with the rookie quarterback, with the current coaching staff, I don't trust them. I don't trust him.
It matters. It matters, Jeff. You can have Pete Carroll. It's going to matter who your offensive coordinator is drastically. I mean,
and that's just it. And that's one thing we know we definitely need right now. If Pete Carroll stays, we still need an offensive coordinator. So we have no clue who's going to be coming in for that position until next Monday. And they start talking about, because our season's over at the end of next weekend.
Yeah.
So Black Monday is a week from tomorrow. It's when all the coaches that are interims or head coaches that are on the seat are all going to be shit canned that week, starting that day. Yeah. Shit, they'll be starting as early as soon as the game's over on Sunday, which is what happened to Mayo last year. Fans were still in the parking lot, and they were already firing him. He was walking out with his box, and fans were still tailgating.
Missed that.
Well, perfect world scenario, if we do end up with the first overall pick and we don't go quarterback, I'd say trading back with the Jets, if they want Mendoza or more at that number 1 pick, we take both their first rounders this next draft, and then we can get Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, and then we score up the middle of our defense right there, because those two will lock that middle down.
I definitely I would love to take it.
There has to be a good, well-ran, organized, sane quarterback, offensive coordinator type guy that we need to get. A guy that could groom this young guy. Because we had a conversation about the way the quarterbacks are now. Not to me, none of these quarterbacks shoot out the box that is gonna a franchise type guy. But we need one. We need to make a change, and we need to do that. We need to get somebody in the building that has the talent and the mindset to do that. But he's going to need help with somebody good to teach him the pro game, because none of these quarterbacks know the pro game.
Tanner, just to answer your question, they're playing the Cowboys in New York next week, so they could easily lose that game.
Well,
yeah, Brandon, I get it, but it's all in perception. It's all on what people think is what's really going on, and then what the media makes it to be too. So, I'll shoot a leash for Pete if Carol starts next. I don't know.
I think the leash is already set.
What's up, Max Ray?
I completely agree. We need Mendoza.
Well, I don't think so.
I think he is the answer personally, but I'm saying if we do want to get Caleb Downs because he's the best player in the draft outside of a quarterback, then we need that number 1 pick so we can trade back.
Do you think so? Do you think Caleb Downs is the best player in this draft?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah, I do. So why not do that? Why not do that?
Because I think Mendoza helps our team more, but
Who said a D line? Because why is he complaining about us drafting a D line? I don't think that's a dumb move either.
There's more to that question than what you're reading.
Yeah,
I think he's reading from somebody else. But I don't disagree with anybody saying that we need to get one. But the scenario that you talked about, trading down, then getting the quarterback, fine. But it ain't going to be Mendoza or Dante. Dante still has the option to go to college again, you know. And there's a kid from Penn State that's a big kid. You know, he had a downfall, got hurt, but
yeah,
you know, I was on him last year. I was on Ward last year. I was on him
Allard's
last
pretty
year.
good, but he cannot show up for the big games.
It's different, bro. You know that it's different because he's gonna get taught pro game new, but it just matters who's teaching him this.
Right.
If somebody
that's the biggest thing.
Viable to do it. You know, the Chip Kelly is not a quarterback guy. He's a scheme offensive misdirection, zone, outside zone, all that stuff. He knows that, but a quarterback guy like the Kubiak kid, you know, the young Kubiak, and those type guys that are quarterback coaches. That's what we need if we get a young quarterback. And I don't give a fuck what time when we pick them. It has to be high, you know, first, second round. You know, a guy like that has the talent to be a first round guy, get groomed by a well-respected quarterback guy. But the odds of him not making it is going to be, you know, bad, not good. It'll be better if we get a guy like that. You understand what I mean? I see it happen all the time. You got a good guy, like every quarterback McVay has, right? He's a quarterback guy. Blossoms, you know what I mean? We knew Stafford was good, but shit, he had Goff over there. He had, you know, they played way better with him, grooming them, you know, and Stafford is way better now than MVP style shit right now than he was in Detroit. And he was good in Detroit. And he came over here and just excelled with this guy. He's somebody like that. Somebody like that could get our quarterback right. Just because we pick Mendoza, then we get, you know, an offensive line coach, but we got a good quarterback coach, then I'll be all right with that.
Tanner Jack, Dante Moore from Oregon, he's talent-wise, he's probably better than Mendoza. But
Rita Paul says he's not it. So we got to listen to him. Paul said we don't listen to him. So
don't listen to Paul?
No, he says Rita Paul said because y'all listen to me, we will win. So he says Moore's not it. He says Mendoza, Simpson, and Aller are the 3 best quarterbacks in the draft.
I think they're more pro ready.
And Simpson doesn't have enough experience to say.
Yeah, Simpson still needs some more snaps.
One of the observations I got to make. I'm watching. I just turned on the Bills-Eagles game. These Bills uniforms suck because they remind me of the Patriots' old uniforms. That's what they look like from the sideline. It's the Eagles and the Bills. Eagles are winning 13-0 right now.
You got to look at the quarterbacks now. Now you look at it and say, who has the most started games in college? Who started more? You know, and then when you get guys, you know.
Well, that's what happened with Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson started, 12 games in his college career?
13, exactly.
Like 13. He looks like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to get guys. You know, like Bo Nix, dude, he started 50-something games in the pros.
I don't want
He has a
Archie.
great mind. He has a great mind, coach. That's a quarterback whisperer, so you say. And, you could tell the dude knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? He has a great defense behind him. And I heard you guys talking about quarterbacks that are successful winning Super Bowls also have a great defense. So we're redoing this thing all over again. Let's start with the best player and the best defensive player that's in the draft. Or we're going to wait 3-4 years for a quarterback when we can get one and groom them up and take the licks, because I'm willing to do that. We've been doing it for how many years already? You know, just because we don't have to get this guy, and it might back up. You might back us in the ass. It might not be soon, but if that plan works, and if you go by that plan, when has it not worked? And the Raiders are always different. We're always different, getting different shit.
But also, too, Gravy, there's been the past 20, 25 years is we've always drafted somebody, and then the person that got drafted right behind our guy goes on and has a Hall of Fame career, whereas our guy tanks out. So that's another thing that we got to knock off our typical Raider doing Raider shit the Raider way in the offseason. We got to knock that off. We got to hit on that draft pick. If it's Mendoza, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. If it's Caleb Downs, pull the trigger.
Cool, Kev.
You know?
I don't know what veteran quarterback, because if you look at the free agents or what's slated to be free agents for quarterbacks after this season, they're horrible. Absolutely horrible. I mean, if you're looking for like a veteran presence to really teach a young kid, but not actually physically play as the quarterback, Aaron Rodgers is a free agent. That Russell Wilson, that's it. Not guys that I want to be giving the rock to and saying, "Here, run with it. You're the starter."
And I don't want Russell Wilson. I don't want Russell.
No, I don't
Wilson
either. But I'm just saying, those are the type of veteran quarterbacks that are available, and the rest just get worse after that. And they're pretty bad themselves right now.
I'll be quite honest with you. Our best option. You guys may or may not laugh at me, but if you're looking at, shut up, Jeff. If we're gonna have a quarterback that is going to help coach us up, our first round pick is probably in the building with us right now, and that's AOC. He'll be going into his fourth year.
Surprised me.
I don't know why I'm saying this either, Jason. I would rather get someone in front of him to protect this kid, or even AOC. But you're drafting a quarterback. He's behind AOC. And getting the pieces together as an offense, get him a receiver, top high, get a defensive guy, top high, first and second round. Do that. Free agent, you got all this money, put it in protecting your quarterback or up front on defense. We lost that with Christian Williams. No matter how crazy he was or whatever he was in the mind, dude, he was a Pro Bowl guy, and we lost that. We lost that for Max. You could tell Max did develop. And that's why I should give Max more credit, because Christian Wilkins wasn't there. I'm going to have Christian Wilkins in the way he was way more than I would have Adam Butler.
And we only got 5 games out of that. Out of that whole fiasco, man. Could have been? What could have been?
All because he jumped up and celebrated and came down and hurt his foot.
And then he tickled people in the shower. That's not good.
Yeah, well, when you try and tickle someone's taint and they don't like it, I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah.
I think Willis is that. That he didn't have a chance for in Tennessee. That could come up to mind. Pay attention to this kid. You want to talk about deprived of coaching and whatever. Malik Willis is, just because he went to Liberty, he got some traits. He got some good traits. I liked him out of college.
Yeah.
But that's just redoing a Band-Aid, and maybe, I don't know if we would even consider that, but
I don't think Baltimore's going to let him walk out, though. I mean, Green Bay, excuse me. Baltimore. I'm thinking of the game last night. I don't think Green Bay lets him walk out, though.
He played well, right?
And Jordan Love is susceptible to the injury bug.
Yep.
Good trade for Mac Jones.
I wouldn't mind that. But look what he's around, though. Look what he's around. You have to look at that and say, "Hey, we're gonna get Mac Jones, but we got that type coaching staff or that type guy mind coaching Matt Jones. He got better. That system, you could honestly say that quarterback system that they have there to make their quarterbacks better is good. We don't have that even close right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna run with this one right here. Gravy, you reading this comment?
Is he going to teach anyone? For the life of me, I will never understand the love for AOC. He is terrible too. I think with you, but I just said it was mind blowing. Me thinking, I agree with you, but it's mind blowing me that AOC has the most potential on our roster right now. It's not Cam Miller. It's not
the reason why I say having him to coach and nurture our first round pick is because he is better. AOC is really good on the clipboard. He's really good in the film room, and he's really good with preparing himself in the game plan. Those are traits that that made him when he was in college, and then when he came out to us, he was always a student of the game. In which, let's face it, a lot of times some of our best head coaches were shitty quarterbacks when they played. You know what I mean? So, I mean, they weren't the great head coaches. They didn't do shit in college or in the pros, but they're really good head coaches, right? So AOC, to me, AOC's kind of got that. He's got that persona that he can actually coach up somebody. Does that make sense?
I agree with you with that. Because 3 years, it was benefit, But he's just athletically, he's not with the times. But
nope, he's not.
He won games for us. He won games for us, and that's all we got, and that's bad. Yeah. That's bad.
Just to put Chris's comment into perspective here with Lindenbaum from the Ravens. So they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, so he's an unrestricted free agent. But they could franchise him. That is a possibility.
Yep.
I don't think they can. I don't think they have cap space.
But either way, it's going to cost us, and which I'm fine dumping the money into him too. His market value is at about 17 right now, I think it was. So we would just have to outbid whoever is trying to get him.
19,
if they don't franchise him.
I see you're 19 and raise you 20 and a half.
Yeah. You know what? I'd pay him the 20 plus. I don't give a shit.
And he gets the parking spot up front next to the quarterback.
Speak up to your mouth. He gets so loud. It distorts your voice. You know that, right?
Yeah. My voice sucks anyways.
See, you're good there. When you put the mic up there, it's all you hear is like.
Sounds like when you were a trucker, Rubber Ducky 19.
Yeah.
You got that trucker voice. Yeah. I say that because of your hat.
In all honesty, I have a feeling that that's not who we're taking. Not if this coach is here. All bets are off until we see who's going to be the actual coach, and then I'll seriously think that that's the path we're probably going to go. That's the downside in all this. We're at the mercy of whoever is ultimately the coach and the OC.
I got a Madden trade scenario for you guys. How likely do you think it would be for the Raiders to trade Max and then also trade out of the first overall pick? And then also possibly combo them to another team.
You're going to lay out the whole thing then. I mean, we're going to trade away our first pick in the draft, trade Max, and what are we getting for him? Are we getting another first rounder?
For our first round pick.
Okay, but who are we trading them to? Because that matters, like how deep in that first round or how shallow.
Personally, I would say the Jets because they're still top 6, I think, top 5. Okay,
and they've got a lot of picks to move too.
They have another first round pick this next draft, so that would allow us to throw up a defense.
They got 2 first rounders.
Yeah, and then if we trade away Max, probably can get 2 first round picks, and there's quite a few teams in this next draft and the following draft that have 2 first round picks.
All right, so you're saying we would gain an extra first rounder this year and 1 in 2027,
or 2 in 2027, either or.
No, I want 1 this year, 1 next year.
Okay.
So I want 2 draft picks in the first round this year and 2 next year. So we would have our original plus what we get. Then we would have 2027's original first rounder and then what we get.
But my whole thing is, if they're not drafting Mendoza or more in this draft, they're signaling they're targeting somebody in the following draft. So they're going to want more picks in the following draft. So that way
And we're going to want the Jets to absolutely suck ass so they finish with the number 1, which we then own.
The Jets have 2 first-round picks this year.
Yeah.
Get both of them. Get both of them and one next year
too.
We're not going to get a huge haul for Max with his knee and his age. And
I don't think that'll make a difference. But we blew it because that should have been done last year before the draft.
His trade value.
His trade value was through the roof at that point.
We're lucky. We might get 2 top 50 picks out of him if we're lucky.
I think Max is valuable right now, even with his knee, because if it was a situation to where he could still play, I just think it's like a meniscus thing. It's just a meniscus thing. If he still could play.
Burrow. A lot of people are talking Burrow. A lot of people are interested. I'm not shutting down on it just yet, but I mean, they couldn't get the job done with the talent he had on that roster at receiver. And what's he going to do when he comes here and we got complete bums other than Bowers? Because let's face it, the rookies haven't shown shit. Yeah, Betch has shown flashes, but you need consistency. Yeah. A lot of that problem with the consistency is we haven't put him out there so he can develop the consistency. Thornton, he's not ready yet. So that's the other problem. You bring Burrow over here, you better hope that line's secure, and you better get him another target to throw to, because teams will just double and seal up Bowers, and we won't get shit moving with the ball because we won't be able to run either.
Well, Max to the Cowboys makes a lot of sense, and I think they'd be willing to give 2 first-round picks.
Oh, Jerry Jones would do anything because he's got to replace Micah Parsons. He brought in, with the trade he made, he brought in that front run stopper. You know, he brought in run stopping defense, which is what they were, because their defense got better after Micah Parsons left, which is, you would think, is odd, but
they shored up the middle of their D line.
Well, so. And that's what because Micah Parsons was just a pure pass rusher. You know, he wasn't known for his run blocking, and that was their weakness, was their running game, their defense on the running game.
Yeah, but Quentin Williams, they stopped the run now with Quentin
Hell
Williams.
yeah, they do.
And then with Max, but I wouldn't.
With Max, with that
first round picks.
Shit, yeah, man, they'd be insane.
That Green Bay pick is going to be low. We got to start sending his ass to the Jets or something like that to get 2 high first round picks, and that's what I want to do.
The biggest funk fans have to get out of is 2 things, and Cool Kev kind of says part of it right here. That Raiders and trades don't go very well. We don't move a lot of trades. This past draft was the first time you've seen us move around in a draft in a long time. And we knew that was coming with Pete Carroll because that was his forte. And Spytek, his time in Tampa moved around the draft a little bit too. But we got to get past that mentality of, well, we're never good at drafting first round QBs. Blah, blah, blah. Those are past regimes and everything. We got to get out of that funk. And that's part of the. We're just as bad as the Raiders being stuck in the mud right now. We're at that same mentality that, well, we never do this right. We never do that right. You know, and I'm guilty of saying to myself, because I say it all the time about tight ends. We can never stop a tight end, no matter what era it is. You know, Antonio Gates fee has killed us. Tony Gonzalez killed us. Kelsey's killed us. Some of the guys who killed us.
Oh, Jeff, there's a difference between that, because you named all those guys you named. One is going to be a soon-to-be Hall of Fame, and the other 3 are Hall of Famers.
Yeah, but even some of the ones that weren't superstars can
that's
still
the problem.
Damage against stuff.
The dude from Miami, the dude from the Saints, the dude from the Bears,
Feinan, or whatever his name, from Cleveland. This guy's
those guys are the ones that are falling out on
numbers up. Yeah,
those guys are the ones. So I narrowed it down to the most consistent thing that's on our team is Patrick Graham. When are we gonna say that Patrick Graham is the problem?
And that's why I say I'm done with him too. How How many regimes
rid
has
of the
he
dude
lasted
already.
through? This guy snaked through under the wire for 4 different regimes now. Head coaches, head coaches, interim coaches, GMs. How has this guy still survived every time?
Yeah, he's
How?
gone through 4 GMs and 3 head
Well,
coaches.
He's gone through
we
more than 3
get
head
up,
coaches. He's been here for 4 seasons. In those 4 years, we've had
we get up to
McDaniels,
like
we've had
17th in defense. We get up to 17th in defense, and we're happy about that. Let's break the top 10, and not just in one category. You know, and let's be up there for a while. Let's have some consistency being a top defense.
what's up,
Maybe that'll
coach?
help our quarterback out. Maybe that'll help our offense out a little bit. You know, I know we're the worst defense in the NFL. We're the worst running team in the NFL. We're a little bit up on offense, like 26 or something like that. We barely broke 1,000 yards rushing in the season last week because Genty got 100-something yards last week. We had 900-something yards in game 50 or whatever it was last week of the season. That's terrible. Terrible. We got to narrow it down to what we really need. We need somebody. If Geno Smith had a better offensive line, he wouldn't be doing all this shit. When has he played this fucking bad?
The
When he
Jets.
was with the Jets.
He was a young ass player. You know what I mean? When has Geno Smith was this terrible, man?
But he's doing the same. He's doing the same shit he did when he was with the Jets, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way, and I'm not all for the let's trade Max so he can win a championship. I don't give a shit whether he wins one or not. If he ain't helping us win, I don't care where he goes. You go wherever he can get the best value for him if you're going to trade him away. You don't cater to where you want to send him because you want him to win a championship. Doesn't work that way. Stop being married to players, folks. If you don't think the guy's good enough anymore or can't help you win, it's time to go. Time to trip.
Don't you guys see it already? Don't you see
Bill
it
Walsh
already?
did it.
Don't you see it already, Jeff? Mendoza already has that issue. He ain't gonna be able to do no wrong his first game. If he's a Raider.
Oh yeah, he's still playing college. He's still got like 3 games to go.
Already with Mendoza. Derek Carr shit already with Mendoza. I bet you there's fucking number 1 jerseys of Mendoza on it already. Raider wearing it.
Oh, I'm sure.
The most logical thing to do is to get a Caleb Downs jersey because we need the dude and it'll benefit our team right now if we got a guy like that. The best player in the draft already, since the kid was a junior, and we're going to let something like that go by. I don't give a fuck. We win this game. As long as Caleb Downs is there in that vicinity, we got to get that dude. Caleb Downs will be a better pick than Mendoza, even though we need the quarterback, but we could get him.
Number 24.
Well, you want to talk about that bang for your buck. You're talking about a kid that can walk in and be an immediate starter. Mendoza ain't going to be an immediate starter.
Well, no quarterback's going to be an immediate starter.
No. That's why I say that if you want to go the safe route and get a bona fide starter that's going to have an immediate impact for you, I would rather go defense, to be honest with you, or an offensive lineman. But I would still take Caleb Downs. If someone had a gun to my head and said, you got to pick who we're going to pick right now, doesn't matter who the head coach is going to be. If I got to go blindly like that, I'm taking Caleb Downs.
I need a gun in my head. You can just point at me, Jeff. Just point with me at a fake gun like this, Caleb Downs. That's all I need.
How would you guys feel about getting Kubiak as our head coach and then getting Carr from the Saints?
Nah.
Carr for what?
You're not done with Carr.
To do what?
As a bridge. He's not the
Derek Carr.
Yeah,
he retired for a reason. He can't play anymore.
He needs shoulder surgery. That's why he's not playing.
Yeah, because I don't think he got it after he left.
He's going to back good.
And not for nothing, we got nothing for him when he left here. I don't want to give up anything to bring him back.
We just talked about that before. The retreads that we keep getting.
Money, Chuck?
You know, Khalil Mack's a free agent this year. We want him back.
Who are we getting at quarterback? If we're getting Caleb Downs, who are we getting at quarterback? Are we going to get Aller and think he's our future? He's a 5th round pick right now.
That draft pick, as I just reiterated, is that, and we get somebody that at that offensive coordinator position, that's a quarterback guy that's known to bring young guys up, right? Then I would accept Dante or Mendoza, because then you got the knowledge and the reputation to do that. If you've done that already, you can't get a guy like Chip Kelly and then groom a Mendoza. I don't think that'll work, or anything like that. If you get a Kubiak guy or a guy from somebody that's an offensive mind that's known to groom quarterbacks, then you put that quarterback in a good situation with that coach.
Okay, so you want one of two situations then. You either want Downs or you want an offensive head coach to pair with a quarterback, one or the other.
I wouldn't mind Pete Carroll. If you got Pete Carroll, but it matters who Pete gets as his offensive guy. I'll be good with that. It'd be better if the head coach was an offensive quarterback guy. That's even better. I would accept Mendoza or one of those guys because he's hands-on, and then you get. Obviously, he's going to get a guy for his quarterback because that's his main. That's his primary position is a quarterback. We want to develop a quarterback to be our, DC, what we think about him, or somebody that we could prosper in the future. You got to have a head coach like that, or a offensive coordinator that's a quarterback guy. But Pete Carroll, the logical thing that Pete Carroll would do is get a defensive guy because he's always done that. He gets his defensive guy, and a cornerback is a mainstay. You got to have a shutdown guy or a safety, someone in the secondary that's going to be the boss of your defense, and it's going to set the tone for that defense from the get-go. Patrick Graham has never had that. He had Max. Okay, that's it. But now, if he has a guy in the back end where we have problems with, we haven't got big. We got beat deep so many times this year. When we have Morig, that never happened. That never happened. You used to see all the time that we got beat deep before we got Trayvon Morig. We get rid of him. Now we're getting beat all over the place. We need a guy like that. Pete Carroll is a secondary guy. He's a defensive guy. He's always been successful with safeties like that. His safeties that he groomed and he picked, Hall of Famers. Look at it.
I just don't see how we can keep Pete Carroll after the season. But
I don't either.
Well, I mean, me personally, as a head coach candidate, I think Shula from the Rams is
as a defensive guy. He would probably get Caleb too.
But
he would see that guy.
The problem we're going to keep having if we go defensive guys is who do we bring as an offensive coordinator? Because it's not like you can just take an offensive coordinator from another team because the teams can block that.
I agree, coach.
And then you getting a guy who was fired from their previous job. So like Dabo was a head coach, but he was a decent offensive coordinator. So like you could bring in Dabo. I don't know who else offensively you could bring in as an OC if you get a defensive coach or keep Pete.
Actually, if we go with what you said, like look at next year's quarterback draft, what they predict is better than this year's. That's what people are saying. But like if you get a guy like Aller, right, from Penn State, I would feel comfortable if Dayball was in that situation that Aller would play well. Don't you see that? Don't you see like big guy, that good arm, good instincts, leader, and that could, with the ball's mind and the way he is with grooming quarterbacks, that would be a good situation for us. Or even him with the AOC will probably be better than what AOC had with us. I can't believe I'm saying that about that guy, but it'll work better because there's an offensive guy that's better than what we got. Way better. The situation that quarterback's going to be in, none of our quarterbacks are in that situation since you had DC and Carr.
Right.
It's been that long since we've been in a situation like that.
Which is why I think we have to go with an offensive head coach. Problem is, I don't see any of them as being a Ben Johnson. Like
right now, there's 8 seconds to go in this game between Philly and Buffalo. Philly's winning 13-6. Buffalo's got the ball on the 1 yard line, and they just went in for the touchdown. So 5 seconds to go. Buffalo just scored. They're down by 1. So whether they go for 2 or not, I'm waiting. Because this game could go to overtime. Buffalo needs this win.
But just
I just was reading something. If Jacksonville wins next week and the Patriots and the Broncos lose, Jacksonville slides right into the number 1 slot.
That's amazing. Look at that. The offensive coach, quarterback coach. Look at the drastic change.
And it's a team that everybody saw. Jacksonville won't do shit with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is a bust.
Don't you see the pattern, Jeff? Don't you see the pattern? Quarterback guy.
By the way,
quarterback.
They got a receiver over there. Boy, I wish we had a guy like him. I think his name is Jacoby Myers, right? He's been pretty good for him since he got there.
You brought up Ben Johnson, same thing. A talented quarterback. None of these quarterbacks are as talented as Caleb Williams was.
Right? Here they go. They're going for 2. Eagles took a timeout.
Look at that situation. Look at that situation.
Yeah, and when he took over, he did the right move. They already had the quarterback. They brought a running back in, so you have Swift back there. Then they took care of the offensive line. They fleeced and it shows they fleeced KC for 2 offensive linemen. And look at KC's game this year on offense. They were horrible. It was Mahomes' worst year, and now he's done for the season. You won't see him probably till mid-season next year, And you're not going to have Kelsey. Kelsey more than likely is going to retire because they sure as hell acting like he was retiring on Thursday night. So you won't see him.
I think that whole show's getting broke up.
Oh hell yeah! I wouldn't even be surprised if Andy Reid steps down. If I'm the head coach and I know I'm losing Kelsey, my O-line's trash right now.
And he's not going to have Mahomes for 8 games next year.
Yeah, he's not going to have Mahomes for more than possibly half the season. Buffalo going for 2.
They lost Minshew too. He's out.
Buffalo did not get it. They're going to lose.
Fucking gravy.
I wanted to
Minshew
tipped the scale.
Minded coach. Minshew had a good offensive minded coach, which he does, and then he still sucked. Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy how good he was with the Colts. He almost got them in the playoffs. Or no,
it's the other shitty pot. Keeping Pete means Gino's going to be here. More than likely.
But look, Jeff. I don't know why I'm saying this either. If we had something for Geno Smith up front, something better than what we had. Do you think? I know it's gonna sound crazy if you say that. What I think you should say. Well, do you think he would have played better if we had anything of acceptable offensive line?
If we had an average offensive, because God knows we had a way below average offensive line. If we had an average offensive line, I think Geno would have been better, and we would have really seen what Genty can do. But with this offensive line and the guys coaching the offensive line, that just ruined any chance of seeing what we really could have been. Because the talent at the start of the season, the same 5 that pretty much ended the season last year were on the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
There was the same 5.
Same guy.
In that first preseason game when they were out there, they looked like complete dog shit. And then Pete's press conference where it's going to take on, we don't know how long it's going to take before we gel. Even now, they're still not gelling. And we're in the second to last game of the season. So we haven't had consistency on the offensive line. We've been playing guys, moving positions, competition on this side, competition here. This guy gets hurt. Well, we're going to move this guy from center to right guard now, and then we're going to put this guy at center. Oh, now we're going to start the rookie. Nope, he's not going to play this week. We're going to make him inactive. All right, next week he's going to get a few plays. Already plays a little bit. Following week he starts. Grant's been getting in there here and there. Today you had Mafia out there starting on the left guard side because Parham's out. So there's been no semblance of a bona fide offensive line. Now, again, if we had an average offensive line, Genty would have had 1,300 yards rushing easily. Absolutely easily. Because I've seen offensive lines that are bad offensive lines, but way better than what we've got now. And you see some of these other rookie running backs out there, and they're having a good year. Look at New England. They got 2 rookies starting on the left side, a left tackle, left guard. And look what they've been doing on their offense. Drake May's having a killer year this year because he's getting protected. Granted, Campbell's been out, and he's out for the rest of the season at this point, maybe back for the playoffs. The kid still played great. Even the other guy, the guy that wasn't a first-round pick.
He's better than any offensive lineman we got put together.
Hell yeah. I don't know. I still would take Colton Miller. Just a veteran.
But he gets hurt. I'm really into the
He
fact.
does. Take the injury or the hurt part out of it, and just his pure talent and how when he's out there he's good. That's I'm good with that.
And then the downfall of Glaze makes me say, now, I kind of was heading that way that, we could be good at the right tackle spot because the right side was our problem last year. And then I expected Glaze to play top that. He had a good season last year.
I thought Glaze and JPJ were going to be fine this year, and they both regressed. I think JPJ, I think they got to him. Like something snapped upstairs with him. Like they fucked with him. Is what the big issue is. They really fucked with his head, and it's not fair to him. Glaze, that's bad coaching. How did this kid was so good last year, and everybody was praising the shit out of him and JPJ, and all of a sudden this year, people are talking about how they're not that good. And I even made the comment early in the season, like maybe JPJ is not as good as we all thought he was. But now that I see what's going on, I don't think it was him. It's 100% the coaching.
Well, last year,
I guarantee it'd be a different.
I fell into that, bro. I fell into that too. But
last year, Glaze was schemed a lot of help on most plays. He had a chip block at minimum on almost every single play last year. This year, he was left on an island. So his footwork speed is not good enough to be an offensive tackle. He needs to move inside to a guard.
That's the remedy I think should be that it should be he should move to guard. But his kick step is not. He gets dominated by speed rushers. Dominated by speed rushers.
I'd take fucking 44-year-old Phillip Rivers over fucking Geno Smith. Not with this offensive line though, because he'll be using a walker and a wheelchair by the end of the game. But
big ups to 44-year-old guy though, man.
Yeah, man, the guy's a grandfather out there playing. I think he might be the first grandfather to ever start an NFL football game. I mean, we hated him when he was with the Chargers, but I kind of enjoyed watching him out there playing for Indy since he's been back. I think it's hilarious. Gives us old dudes a little bit of hope. Not that I'd ever envision going out there and playing at my age, but still, I think it's hilarious. I love it.
Phillip Rivers was the Raider Killer, wasn't he? Didn't he get that nickname, the Raider Killer?
Yeah, we all hated him too. It was the other part.
Every game ball, it'd be 0 and something and come out and ball on us. 400-yard pass.
Yeah.
Him and Gates.
Well,
him and that tight end and LaDainian. Damn. Crazy games today. Crazy games.
It's gonna be a long 7 months.
Oh, it's gonna fly by. There's a lot of talked about.
We gotta hit free agency running though. We gotta hit free agency running.
We gotta nail the coach first.
Yeah, we gotta get the coach thing.
Fire Pete. Honestly, I don't think they fire Pete. I don't know. You be here.
No, but there needs to be some real fine tuning. If they don't fire him, there needs to be some real fine tuning with the rest of the coaches and what the hierarchy is.
Yeah.
What's the hierarchy? I keep hearing, well, Tom Brady this, and then Spytech, and then Pete Carroll, and then Spytech, Pete Carroll, Tom Brady. Everybody's like, well, who's making the decisions in the building, right? But when you look at some of the people that we picked up, it's like, well, that guy's a Tom Brady guy. Well, that guy's a Pete Carroll guy. And it's like, well, come on, guys, get it together. It's got to be – I personally think we need a president of football operations. If Tom Brady wants a say in how football operations is done, then give up your damn Fox job and do this shit permanently.
Exactly.
Yeah. Buy in or buy out, because I know it's you put a little, just because you put a little cash down on the table doesn't mean you get to come in and all of a sudden start calling shots and then wander off and put a headset on in somebody else's stadium and call that game. That's not how that shit works. You're either in 100% or go do your Fox thing, make a little money off of what you invested in the Raiders on this as a side hustle, but keep your mouth shut. Not only
that, Jason, is that what resume or documentation or anything have you done as far as personnel decisions being?
Oh, but he's a 7-time Pro Bowl winning quarterback.
That ain't shit,
I know it ain't shit, but I'm telling you, that's what they're hanging their hat on with him.
Is your question strictly speaking football? because technically he's been doing moves in soccer.
Yeah.
And it's been working out really well for him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's soccer. That's a different game. That's, you know.
I think that was a little bit of humor in it, but it was the decisions that they said that he had. You know, Cam Miller's the protege that he sees, and Tom Brady gets on a show and says, I don't make no decisions on draft picks. I don't do none of that. And
we're going back to our media saying stuff and us believing them.
No, I didn't do that. You can't fire Chip Kelly and make it your decision at the same time when you're firing Chip Kelly, and you're calling a game for Dallas Cowboys and another game at the same time. How in the fuck does that happen? How are you making decisions for a team that played or that's playing the same time you're calling a game? It's impossible. So what focus or dedication do you have in your team that you own a little bit of to make decisions like that? That just tells me right there that ain't right. You ain't doing nothing. You own the team. That's it. Now they're saying it again. Oh, Tom Brady's going to come up this year. Is going to make more decisions. If he's still calling games or doing investigation or doing homework on other teams and all this shit, I don't believe that. I'm not believing that because you're not focused on your team. Quit that shit. It's a lot of money. I know it's hard to turn down, but hey, you own a team too. And if you care about it, do it. Because I don't want to hear no more shit about you making decisions anymore because it's all bad. It's all bad.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if for some reason Spytek and Carroll are having casual conversations about football, which there's nothing wrong with that, and they're bouncing quote unquote ideas off of him, then that's fine. But don't take it as the holy gospel because he's Tom Brady. You know,
you can't do that.
But it's also difficult to do something like it's different than when John Madden used to go to the Coliseum and meet with Al Davis. They talked football. And do you think Al Davis listened to John Madden when they had conversation? Yeah, he did, but he didn't take it as a holy gospel and was going to make it absolute. All right, Pete's at the podium.
He's already been talking, but I want to. I had to go back and rewind it, so I'm going to play it. So let's see what he's got to say. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
All right.
Some of your star players on IR. Do you think any of that gets into the head of players where
they were aware of it? They're aware of it.
Can you hear it?
Mr. Guys, shoot.
Yeah.
Mac's pretty good, and he carries a lot of weight, and Brock, same, Chin, same, all those guys were hurt. They were hurt. And I know the stories go otherwise, but they were hurt. And so unfortunate, but they knew.
But in terms of not effort so much, but that percentage point when you're a little bit checked out, that kind of a performance can happen.
No, I don't think that is the issue. I think the issue is those guys weren't playing, and then we go down a level, and Mike Mayer had a great game for us today. I mean, just a great game in filling in for Brock, and I can't say anybody on defense, picked it up. It was obvious, in terms of filling in for Max, but we tried, and we did all that we could to try to get a good game out of us. And the unfortunate part is when you get the kickoff return, it's like, okay, and that's all three faces, have a an axe to grind and all that. In a sense, I don't know. It was just a mess. It was a mess.
Over here, in terms of the morale of the players, we know that Max is the emotional leader. Was he able to be here tonight to help with the?
No, he'll be in the morning. He'll be with us in the morning.
Okay.
Pete, nobody saw this coming. This 2-14, nobody did. So I'm curious, where do you think this season went sideways?
We didn't win a game in preseason. We were fortunate to tie Seattle, I think, in the preseason. We just haven't found our wins. We haven't found our way to win. We saw a tremendous game right off the bat, in New England. Obviously, look at their team now. They've had a fantastic season, and that was a pretty solid win for us. And Brock got hurt in that game in the fourth quarter, and I don't think we adapted well with that, and so we went through a few weeks of floundering, and I don't even know how long it took us to get to the Titans game to get the next win, but it seemed like forever. But yeah, I had no place in my mind to see this either, and so we just trying to figure out how to go 1 week at a time, come on back and find the focus to work really hard and give it a really good shot to see if we can play good football. And that's what we're going to try to do again. And I don't doubt these guys one bit. And if you're asking the question, a little bit, did it go south or something? I don't think that. I think that's what we look like without those guys playing. And unfortunately, they're that valuable to us. And so everybody tried, everybody did everything they could, and all that, but just wasn't enough.
Pete, despite how the season has gone, do you feel like you still have support from ownership that in your belief?
Yeah, I do. From all the guys I've talked to, I do feel I have their support. What that means, I don't know. But our conversations have been really good.
I'll just follow up with any update on Geno Smith and the ankle, as well as Adam Butler's bicep.
Yeah, Geno has a high ankle sprain, and he'll get checked out in the
He's
morning
done.
with MRIs and all that. I don't know what that means, but that's pretty hard to bounce back. So he that might knock him out next week. We'll have to wait and see. Adam has a bicep strain of some sort, and again, we won't know for a while. But he didn't come back.
Saw that Dylan Parham also was sidelined. What was the situation
Illness.
there?
He couldn't make it out of pregame. He was sick and couldn't go.
You mentioned Michael Mayer, and it's been a little while for him to get that kind of action, those kind of touches, but that's what he's capable of doing. Why do you think it's taken this long for him to kind of be featured?
I think
No doubt.
Powers, really. I mean, he filled in admirably, for one of the best players in our league, in Brock, and he did a great job today. But you can't throw 20 balls to the tight ends in the course of a game. It's gonna get split up, and it's gonna go all over the place.
Yeah, remember that.
He had the chance to be featured today, and he totally came through. He was physical, he was creative, made all the catches. I just thought that was a beautiful game from Mike.
Pete, to your left. This defensive unit has had problems stopping the run kind of all season long. Understanding that Max wasn't going to be on the field for you guys, what things were kind of put into practice this week, understanding the void that he was going to leave out there?
Yeah, we knew that it would be different, because he has, like, he's leading the league in tackles for losses. He's way up there, and not to mention the sacks production that he brings us. So we knew that there's going to be a bit of a void there. So we tried to do some things that come off the edge and adjust and hit some things that we would try to create some problems. And we hit a couple and a couple we didn't, So we did try to adapt with some thoughts and some calls and concepts. But there's not too much you can do how do you recreate that player? I mean, he's an incredible football player. And let me say this too, that Max was freaking heartbroken that he couldn't play. He's heartbroken that he couldn't play, and it means so much to him. He was having a great season. He's been hobbling around for months to get to the games, and it just got too far, and that's why he couldn't play. And he would never have taken himself out. I wouldn't have taken myself out. I get it. I totally understand it, but we just needed to protect him, and it was obvious that we needed to from one end of it. But I don't blame Max for being upset one bit. He's too much of a warrior to accept that, and so it kind of breaks my heart that he didn't have a chance to finish this season with these last couple of games, because he was having a hell of a year, and it doesn't take anything away from it. He just couldn't finish, but he would have if we would put him out there. He'd have gone no matter what, and that was that the right thing? The decision was not.
And then Pete, just one more really quick. We saw it in the home game against Denver, and then obviously we saw it tonight. It seems like every time this group is almost like one play away from that breakthrough, the breakdown kind of happens on the special teams unit. Just kind of, is that exactly what happened tonight in terms of what happened against Denver?
Unbelievable timing. We go down, we get our touchdowns 20-10, and we didn't have a flash of a moment to benefit from that. And the next thing, it's 95, and away they go. It has happened throughout the year. Where we've given up, monster plays in games. Those are crushing. I can't remember. You guys do your homework on that. I can't remember returns like that in my history of coaching in Seattle, at least in college. I don't remember that happening like that. But it just seems like it pops up every once in a while. We've had games we've done really well. We've had real consistent games, and he didn't get touched on that play. I mean, you watch Tommy Eichenberg the last couple weeks. He's been killing guys on kickoff coverage, and I don't know what happened to Tom on that one, but we've had some great coverage.
Throw him under the bus.
Just couldn't have been more
right.
And it just takes wind out of your sails, obviously.
Pete, just going back to what you mentioned about your conversations with ownership, I was wondering, based on those conversations, just what are your
Hey, Jeff, I'm going to cut out. I'm going to go eat dinner.
Be back here next
All
season?
right.
I'll talk to you guys,
No
talk to you
problem.
guys
All
later.
right. Thanks for being in here today. I appreciate it. We're going to call it after this, too, I think.
We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. He's done. So, all righty.
No, he's heartbroken.
It sounds like shit. Like, I mean, he just looks so miserable.
He sounds defeated, don't he? The defeat,
yeah, he does.
defeated right there.
Yeah, he does.
So let's make it
even in some of the losses this season, I've seen him come out and be a little more jovial. This here it was almost like he was, just informed that, like, his dog died, and
there's nothing you can say anymore, Jeff. There's
no, you can't hide it. There's no hiding nothing. Early in the season, you can get away with that shit because people are like, all right, well, it's still early. We're still feeling things out. Dude, we're one game left in the season, and it's been a shit show.
When you say, I've never seen that happen to us before. I've never did that happen to us. And you're the one that's in charge of that. Not in charge, not just,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, it's your fault.
You're the overseer. You're the overseer of all this. And it's hard to deal with, man. It's hard to deal with.
Yep.
So now do you look back and say it all started, with these guys that I got in the beginning, and is it with the draft? I'm not playing my guys in the draft that I drafted. I thought so highly of to do it, And was it a problem? Is it a problem with this team to have starters on my special teams? Was that an issue?
Well, I got to look at this too. So you draft Genty. He's been the starter since he walked in the door. He better be. He's the number 6 overall pick. You draft a wide receiver in Betch in the 2nd round. He should have been your starter from day one. He's your 2nd round pick. He better be. Your 3rd round picks, 2 offensive linemen. They should be starting. They should have been starting right around probably the bye week by then, is my take. 3rd rounders usually start in this league, regardless of position for the most part, unless it's a quarterback. But even that, sometimes a quarterback. But why do those guys take so long to get on the field? Explain to me. Then if it took them that long, were they really ready to be picked at that? Did we pick them too early? Probably. And
a lot of people had Rodgers around the 5th round, Jeff. A lot of people had Rodgers around the 5th round.
We took him in the 3rd.
As a tackle.
In Porter, we took what? Was Porter a 3rd round also, right? Yeah. 3rd with the 2 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
He's only played recently. He's been a spot player, if anything, all season. He's only played consistently recently, and now today he was a scratch. No, today he wasn't.
No, Porter was in there today.
Yeah, Porter was in there today. I'm thinking Chin was a scratch. So then were you not confident when you drafted these guys then? I don't get it. I mean, granted, I know draft picks are a crapshoot. I get it. Sometimes 1st rounders are busts and 3rd and 4th rounders surprise you. I get it. It happens. But
to me, Jeff, the way it's supposed to be with teams, in my view, and I don't know if you guys think this, you're the first 3 rounds, you got to be, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks. They got to be productive in games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Off the bat. Those guys.
And then you look at Telesco's draft. He hit it all 3 picks. All 3 picks he hit.
Exactly.
All 3 were starters in 2024. All 3 were starters this year, but 2 of them were being fucked with. One was injured for the most part, so that's what hurt Bowers. But Bowers is Bowers, man. Even in the limited time that he played, he still put up damn good numbers. Last year, 4 touchdowns. He improved that by 6 this year and had 10 touchdowns. That's what I wanted from him. I even called that as a prediction for him. I said, if we all know he's not going to duplicate what he did last year in his 2nd year. It's just not going to happen. We were in a weird spot last year. I didn't think we would. I never envisioned that he would lead the league in receiving and yardage again and everything. I wanted to see him take a big step in the red zone and touchdowns,
Mhm.
and he did. He increased it by 6. That's a big jump for a tight end. I respect that. You know, for the amount of games that he actually played in to pull in 10 touchdowns, that's impressive. Now, granted, he had one game with 3, but still, I'll take it. Better than 4. Only thing is, it didn't help us do much this season.
Elite production from that guy. You know, I had nothing but blessings.
I love the kid
for Brock Bowers. You know, that's great that we have this guy, but you know, don't do this to that man with the shit that's out there right now. You know, Brock Bowers, tight ends in the NFL now cannot be your only asset you have on offense. Yes, we got Genty. That's production that deserves praise because he did a lot of that by himself. And I know you agree with me with that, Jeff, because that shit he has in front of him. That's you could tell by his mannerisms after plays of sitting down on defensive times where he was borderline look depressed on the sideline that he can't do what he's blessed to do. You know, what God gave him to do. He can't do that. And I know it hurts him. And I've always told you, I coach running backs my whole life. And a confident running back is superior over any team. He's not confident. Just imagine if he was confident. The way he ran last week was confidence. You've seen that. And he could have did it every week, and we just helped him out a little bit. Brock Bowers needs help.
Here's the other thing you got to look at with Genty too. The bar wasn't set very high for what he needed to do better than last year. Last year, our average was 2.3 in the rushing for the running back room last year as a whole, 2.3 for the whole season. So he didn't have to have multiple every game 100 yards to improve our running game. He did what he did, and he improved our running game. There's no choice about it. Our running game was way better this year than it was last year. Yeah. Could it have been better? Oh, hell yeah. If we would have taken care of the offensive line like we thought it was going to be done, but it wasn't. And that's it. That's what it comes down to in a nutshell. Offensive line and the coaching for that position was the Achilles heel for this team this year. You change that, and we're not talking about shit. We played today. Us losing, we moved into the number 1 pick slot. We're not talking in that way. We're in the middle of the pack. We're not winning a shit ton of games, but we're in the middle of the draft. We're not dead last with the first pick, and we're not winning the Super Bowl. We're somewhere in the teens, the high to mid-teens picking instead. You know, we're not bottom of the barrel worst team in the league, which we are right now. And it's disgusting.
Like
I hate being associated with that right now, but I ain't going anywhere. I'm a Raider fan till I die, man.
Oh, me too. But there's nothing wrong with not agreeing with what you see out there on the field, and there's nothing wrong with like we're happy. Like this stat that we hear all the time that Genty has more yards after contact than what he has rushing. That's not a good stat, bro. You should have more rushing yards and then more yards, a little bit less after contact. He leads the NFL in yards after contact. That's even before he hits the line of scrimmage.
Oh yeah.
That's not a good stat, and we're proud of that. We should say, you know what, that's not a good stat to have.
We need to look up the stat. How many attempts did he have for negative yards? Just think about how many yards he lost in that aspect. Exactly. I mean, you saw it today. He had a few handoffs today that he was tackled as soon as he got the ball. Yeah. Or he'd get hit and he would be pushed back, behind the line of scrimmage.
Exactly. But it boils down to the offensive line, the scheme. The scheme would be there's not a problem of the plays that he's running. It's the protection and what you do for that. You know that, Jeff. You're an offensive lineman, and I'm sure Donuts Duncan, you look like a big guy. You look like a big offensive big daddy out there, but it's like, damn, man, if this guy is so good after contact. Just imagine if he got through the hole and then did that afterwards to little DBs and safeties that he could pounce and burn over. Just what the big guys giving him, he'd be way over 1,000 or rookie of the year, type shit. But we didn't benefit that. We didn't do it. We settled for our last place running game last year. We settled for that, Jeff, because you just reiterated that the same guys are there. The same guys are there. So it didn't change. Nothing's changed. Same
The
stats.
problem with last year's
Barely got
running
over
game,
1,000.
yeah, the problem with last year's running game wasn't the offensive line; it was the running backs were that bad.
It was the backs.
You
It was
know,
the running backs.
no, you can't blame it on the running backs this year. I'm sorry, because
Yeah.
you got the best in the draft, supposedly the number 1 overall running back coming out of the draft, and even he couldn't get it done with this line. So go figure that.
He
one
is
out.
not the problem.
No, he's
Jansky
not.
is not the problem.
He's not. He made the best of what he could. That's how I look at it. So I can't his grade is technically an incomplete, but it's a positive because he still looks good when he's out there. He got better in the passing game and pass block protection. I will say that he looked pretty damn good towards the end of the year.
He improved that. He improved that. So we got somebody that's developing in game status, and that's the best thing you could do. The best thing you can do is that.
Yep. So I just want to. We've been on for 4.5 hours. I'm ready to call it. Wife's making dinner in a few minutes. You guys got anything you want to promote or talk about before we head out? I know you got a show coming up tomorrow, Tuesday, Duncan.
Yeah, Tuesday night. Show Me Your Shield. Jason and I are doing our weekly podcast live stream. So
What's it
come
called?
check us out as
What's it
we Show Me Your Shield.
All right. You and
Yeah.
Jason, all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good show. Haven't seen it, but I look forward to it.
So you can find them both at Jason is Raiders First Downs, and then Donuts Duncan is Duncan's YouTube channel. So make sure you guys get over, hit the subscribe for both, hit the notifications, give them the thumbs up and the likes for their show. They go on at 5 o'clock Pacific time. It's 8 o'clock Eastern. So make sure you guys check them out. That's the only show you guys are doing right now. It's just Tuesdays, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to go on with Jay and do the after show tonight because I've been on for 4.5 hours. I need a break. I will be back on more than likely Tuesday night with the Most Notorious podcast with Raider Will, Cheeto Linus, and James from the military chapter. That's at 10 p.m. Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific. And then Wednesday night is New Year's Eve, so there is no Raider connection right now. Jay and I might be doing something, but I may be making a guest appearance on the cage match Wednesday night. If I'm going to be on, I'll let you all know because you're not going to want to miss it because we've got something special I'm going to be doing that night, and it's actually going to be pretty comical. So that'll be New Year's Eve. I think they go on at 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock my time. Raiders Coast to Coast, we're still up in the air on it. But remember, Friday night on my channel, the new show starts on Friday night called No Huddle. No timeouts, no excuses. It's me and fans of other NFL teams. It's not a Raiders specific channel. So I'm still looking for fans of other teams in the NFL. I want to try and set that up ahead of time so I already know who's coming on so we can discuss their teams. I'm looking to bring on at least two people for sure with me, 2 fans. If you're a female and you want to come on, by all means, come on. So hit me up on Instagram, hit me up on Facebook. It's under my full name, Jeff LaFontaine. Instagram, Twitter. It's the same tag as you see right here, 401_Raider_Jeff. So I'm looking for you. I need you people that are fans of other teams in the NFL to come on a Friday night with me. And we're going to talk up your team, whether you're in the playoffs, did you make the playoffs, did you miss them, and any coaching and player issues you got going on. So it's the chance for NFL fans to have your voice on a Friday night.
That's cool.
So that's this Friday night. So
That's
if
cool,
you
Jeff.
two know of anybody that's fans of another team that you think would be good to come on, let me know. I want to get that set up. So, but that's all I've got. Gravy, thank you for coming on and spending your afternoon with us watching this shit show of a football game. I appreciate it. Duncan, thank you for coming on. Jason, if you're still listening, thanks for coming in here and being on the show with me today. I appreciate you all. We're still rocking almost 100 people in the chat, but I've been on for 4.5 hours. I need a break. So I thank everybody for coming and spending the day with us. I'm actually glad that I didn't go and watch the game today. This was fun. I haven't done a watch party in a while. But it's been fun, even though the game was shit and the team sucks. It's all about you guys, the fans, Raider Nation. So until next time, everybody. Oh, do I have my thing set? No, I don't. Hold on. I don't have my outro set. I do now. All right, everybody. As I always say, stay safe, go Raiders, and everybody, if I don't see you, have a happy new year. Enjoy the holiday.
401. 401. Silver and black, yeah, we never fold. New winning roots with a Raider soul. East Coast grind, West Coast pride. Raider Nation, worldwide. 401. Say it loud, 401. Feel that sound from the stands to the screen. This is Raider Talk with